Well, good morning. Welcome to the April 28th meeting of the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. Would you all please join me in the flag salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands.
The republic,
one nation, under God,
one nation,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Ms. Graham, could you start us out with items 2 and 3, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV Channel 20, at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcasting of Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSB TV Channel 20. This hearing will also be streamed live on CSB TV's website. And for the roll call, Commissioner Bradley?
Here.
Commissioner Cooney?
here.
Commissioner Park?
Present.
Commissioner Blau?
Here.
And Chair Farini?
Here.
Wonderful.
Okay, Mr. Wilson, good morning. I see you're here amongst us. Could you take items 4 and 5, please?
Good morning, Chair, members of the Commission. I'm looking at the status of our agenda today. We have 4 items listed on the agenda. Item number 1 is the continuance of the Autumn Brands and Ocean Hills cannabis operation. And we have the continuance of Keyside 21 or Willow Creek and Hidden Canyon specific plan project, as well as the appeal of the Williams ADU project and an appeal of Sun Valley Ranch cannabis operation. So we have a big day ahead of us, and staff is ready to present on all those items today. So we can proceed with the standard agenda on that. And I can transition to the projection report, Mr. Chair, if you'd like.
Yes, please.
Our next scheduled hearing is on May 5th. We have 3 items on that date. Those 3 items are an appeal of Canarios. I believe that's and then we have the recorded map, Ramey recorded map, and then the appeal of a G&K processing building on May 5th. And then as well, there's one item that we've added to that, which is a government code consistency. The Planning Commission should have received that information or will be receiving that information on May 5th, and that will be a consent item on next week. It's in regards to a county project on pallet shelters in the Lompoc area. So anyway, that information, if it hasn't already gone out, you will be getting that soon. So the next hearing after that will be May 12th. We have 3 items projected for that date. Summerlin Elementary School conditional use permit, Jackson appeal of Hacienda Homestay, and then Central Coast Ag, which is a different operation than what you heard previously, will be on that date. Following that, May 26th, we have Keyside 3, continue to that date. And then we have appeal of another cannabis operation, Roadside Blooms, an appeal of another homestay, and then a cannabis cultivation project that's a conditional use permit is scheduled for that date. No items projected for June 2nd. June 9th, we don't have anything on that date as well. And then actually that concludes the projection report. However, one item to put on your as far as horizons, looking with our Energy and Minerals and Compliance Division, they're anticipating having the Exxon Mobil trucking project to hearing later this year around August. Some of the conversations we've had with staff is trying to have a 2-day hearing on that, like a Wednesday, Friday. Wednesday would be staff presentations, and then the Friday would be questions by the Planning Commission and then direction to staff to come back at a later time. They're anticipating potentially August 11th, and then maybe Friday, August 13th as that second day to get direction and questions from the Planning Commission, and then come back whenever they have had time to compile those. So that's just something to think about as far as down the road at the end of the summer, something that we can work on. We don't have to make a decision today. I just wanted to put on the Planning Commission's radar as far as what's coming, as far as projects. Other things, and Director Plowman will go more into detail as far as the format of the Planning Commission hearings, and as we move through the tiers for COVID-19 and what returning to normal operations may look like and when. I don't have that information today, and we're still looking at the data as far as when that may occur and what that would look like. So, Mr. Chair, that concludes the projection report. Thank you.
Okay, great. Hey, Mr. Wilson, on May 12th, maybe I have an old projection report, but there's a fourth item on there, the Del Pozo appeal. Has that been pulled?
I'm sorry, what is that one again?
Del Pozo appeal.
I believe
Classy
that's,
Farms.
yeah, thank you. But I believe that's item's been dropped off of the projection report at this time. It's not showing on the current one that I'm looking at. And I can follow up with staff to see if there's going to be that item's got pulled.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, actually, I just got a live update as we speak. I love technology. Staff asked for it to be removed from the projection report. It was withdrawn.
Oh, great, great. Commissioner Park has his hand up. Good morning, Commissioner Park.
Yeah, I have a question, Secretary Wilson, about the calendaring of the Exxon matter. And I don't want to go into the merits at all, of course, because it's not agendized for discussion today. I'm just curious, will there be another EIR for that project? Seems like we don't have a lot of time between now and then to be looking at EIRs and comments and all those things that happen in that process.
Thank you, Commissioner Park, through the chair. There's not going to be another EIR. They're making some adjustments to the EIR based on prior analysis in regards to the pipelines and trucking it to the Santa Maria area, and then having that Phillips 66 pipeline transition to, and we don't know what the outcome of that's going to be. So they're making adjustments to the IR right now, revisions, and we can work with staff on getting that information to the commission in advance so you can review it prior to the hearing. And I think typically we try to go a month prior to the hearings on EIRs to give you guys, to give the commission an opportunity to review the material.
Right.
I'm sorry, Secretary Wilson, just to add to that, Commissioner Park, so we don't anticipate recirculation of the EIR. There are minor, the analysis already was done on trucking to Pentland. And so we have sufficient analysis. There are minor revisions being made, but no recirculation. And so we will be able to be there in August.
So this is a trucking to Pentland will be the project?
That the applicant has revised their project description to truck to Santa Maria Pump Station as long as it's open, and then truck to Pentland after that.
Got it. Okay. That helps explain how the EIR would work.
Yeah.
Or not.
Okay, on to item 6. This is public comment. If anyone from the public would like to give testimony this morning on any item not on the agenda today, this would be the time. Ms. Graham, do you show anybody?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll go ahead and check in with everyone just to make sure that they're not here for a specific item. So, Alan, do you have general public comment, or were you here for a specific item? Okay, let's try Anna Carrillo.
I'm here for number 1.
Wonderful, thank you. Let's try Cheryl O'Keefe.
Thank you, Commission. I'm here to observe and be available for any questions on the neighborhoods.
And David? Okay, let's try Jason Rodriguez.
Good morning. I'm here to speak on item number 1.
Laurel Perez.
Morning, everyone. I'm just listening in for item number 2.
Leanne Anderson.
Thank you. I'm here to comment on item number 1.
Lorraine McIntyre.
I am here to comment on item number 1.
Robin Carlson.
Hi, I'm here to speak on item number 1 also. Thank you.
Tina.
Hi, I'm here to speak on item number 1. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, everyone. Mr. Chair, we do not have any comments for general public comment.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Graham. With that, we'll move on to item 7, Planning Commissioners' informational reports. Do any of the commissioners have something they'd like to bring up? Commissioner Park.
Yeah. Big activity for me and in this district, the 3rd district, has been our ongoing efforts relating to agricultural tourism and the various county ordinance projects and other things related to that. And that would include the farm stay ordinance, the ag enterprise ordinance, the countywide recreational master plan, and then various issues erupt here and there relating to recreation lately here. So I've been very much involved in that. One thing I want to particularly report on, though, because I'd like to demonstrate to the other commissioners and to the public that there's more to our planning department and our planning efforts than just what you see here at these hearings. For example, our Farm Stay Advisory Committee that I've spearheaded had a meeting 2 weeks ago. It was at 6 o'clock in the evening, went for a couple hours, and Dan Clemon, the head of our Long Range Planning Division, was our guest. And I thought that was a wonderful thing for him to meet with us so late in the day and for so long, and then give us great information on the status of the various ordinances and how the public could meaningfully participate. It's a really cool thing to see. I think that some of the tensions that have historically existed between the ag community and the planning community are disappearing here. And here's a good example of how we can make that disappearance occur. So thank you, Mr. Clement. I think he should deserve some public acclaim for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. Okay, we'll move on to seems like I missed one. Oh, director's report will be after the minutes. Okay, so item 8 will be the minutes. We have before us the minutes for March 31st and April 7th. Discussion, motions.
I'll move for approval.
Okay,
I'll second.
all right, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Not seeing any hands raised, we'll move on to the roll call vote. Ms. Graham, please.
Mr. Chair, just so we're clear, is this for both sets of minutes, the March 31st and the April 7th?
No, the motion was just for the first one.
Just for the first one, okay. Commissioner Bridley?
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney?
Aye.
Commissioner Park?
Aye.
Commissioner Blau?
Aye.
Chair Farini?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. On to the April 7th minutes.
I'll move for the approval again.
Thank you. Commissioner Cooney?
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll move on to vote. Ms. Graham, please.
Commissioner Bridley?
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney?
Aye.
Commissioner Park?
Aye.
Commissioner Blau?
Aye.
Chair Farini?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you again. Okay, Director Plowman, good morning. And on to item 9, the director's report.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. As we all know, and as Secretary Wilson mentioned, the county has moved into the orange tier for COVID, which is good news, meaning our case rates are down. It does not change what we're doing at our offices in any way or how we're running our hearings. There are modifications to other businesses, and that's all laid out on the Public Health Department's website, such as greater occupancy inside for restaurants or movie theaters, that type of thing. Offices have some accommodations as well, but you still need to maintain distance and wear masks. So, as I mentioned, we are not changing anything in our operations to date. We're waiting until we get more information about the ability to move to the yellow tier. I know that the governor has identified a date of June 15th of when he would like to see offices being opened up. We just don't know yet where we will be with case rates. And so we're sitting tight until we learn more. And as I learn more, I will share with the commission what we'll be doing, when we'll be opening to the public, and how we're going to be adjusting our hearings. We will, I think I've mentioned in previous directors' reports, the state is looking at ensuring that the members of the public will still be allowed to participate via Zoom, some kind of application like Zoom, so they can have remote testimony. So that will continue on into the future. And we haven't completely sorted out exactly how we will transition, but we'll be working on that as we move closer to the summer when we think the offices will be opened. I did want to let you know that the roundabouts in Montecito they had been appealed to the Coastal Commission. Coastal Commission staff found no substantial issue. And so I think that's good news for that project. And then the projects will be moving forward. In terms of budget hearings, so we had our budget hearing on the 14th of April for P&D. The hearings went well. We did ask for an expansion. We don't currently have a deputy that oversees the administration division, so it's been a hole in our structure, and we asked for an expansion, and the board gave us authorization to fill that position. So that was good news for us. That's going to help us as we continue to make our efforts to move towards the more robust online permitting system when we move to the Acela cloud-based digital platform, and other sort of process improvement related items that the department's going to be working on. So we're trying to get the structure in place so we can make sure those things happen smoothly. I did also want to let you know that there was some discussion at the budget hearings about the long range work program. There is some interest, particularly from the 3rd District, on a potential revision to the cannabis ordinance to address what the 3rd District feels is an overconcentration in the Santa Rita Hills. So we are providing options to the board on what they would have to do with the work program, whether or not they would have to add staff for us to accommodate that, or whether we would have to slow work on some other work program items to be able to accommodate it in the next fiscal year. We're currently at capacity, so we don't have excess staff that could just take that project on next year. That we've given them 3 options. One is to, as I said, to delay work. The other is potentially to add a planner 3 to the division that would oversee just a standard set of regular ordinance updates, up to 2 a year. That would be their assignment. We had to postpone that package for next fiscal year because we didn't have the resources to complete it, and we had other more critical items that we needed to finish. And then the 3rd option is to add a new team, because there seems to be a desire to have more throughput in the division. And these are all long-range projects. They take time to move through the process, particularly if the program has an EIR. And so if the board is interested in seeing more programs go through in any given fiscal year, we would add a team. And that team would consist of a supervising planner, a planner 3, and 2 planner 1-2s. So those are the options we're presenting to the board, and they'll discuss that in June. But they did approve the work program as it was proposed and as the Planning Commission saw it back in March. So unless they make a change, we'll be moving forward with what they approved at the time and what the Planning Commission saw. Any questions about budget hearings?
Commissioner Cooney?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Plowman, I am curious about your report on moving back to or closer to a normal status with regard to the planning department and the planning commission. Do you have or even have a guess as to what percentage of the planning department employees have been vaccinated?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Cooney, I do not. And in fact, we have to be careful. We don't want to violate their HIPAA or HIPAA, right? So we can't really pry into their medical records. I know some have been vaccinated. Some people feel comfortable sharing it, but I don't know if and when I'll be able to even ask that question.
Okay. I was pretty sure that was going to be your answer, but it appears more and more likely that vaccination of workforce is going to be an essential part of returning to normalcy. So I certainly am concerned about our staff and hope as many as possible can be vaccinated.
Right, and we have been working with them, encouraging them, and essentially the state provided some additional leave time for people if they can't get vaccinated outside of work, that they can use work time to get vaccinated. And so I'm vaccinated, and I'm encouraging my staff to do so as well, as long as they feel comfortable.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bridley.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to Director Plowman's report about the work program and the 3rd District interest in looking at the concentration up in Santa Rita Hills. That's understandable. I'm wondering if, given the reports and the items that we're going to look at today, and this is actually fortuitous that it came up as part of your work program, where are we with the concept or the idea or the hope really of doing some sort of odor control neutralized report for the Planning Commission, or actually getting on call an expert to do peer reviews of the odor abatement plans? Because these cases, and I'm not talking about one specific one, but it will probably come up in today's deliberations. We're always struggling with the odor control plans and what is the most recent, and is this the right science, and is the science changing? And even in the last week, talking about autumn brands with a bunch of different people, it seems like that is still needed. I know Commissioner Blau has asked for it, and we've asked for it, and then the Ag Commissioner was going to do something, and that didn't really pan out. So where is that effort, or has it died?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bridley, are you referring to the terpene study? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, the terpene study, I think there can actually be an extension on it of having an on-call odor abatement specialist who can do some of the peer reviews, because that's one of the issues we're struggling with. But terpene study is, yes, one of the issues, and then just having.
So how should I put this? The terpene study we have not received direction to pursue that. That's something that the Ag Commissioner has been looking into. So the planning and development is, while we're involved, we're not leading that. And I don't know what the status of that is at this point. There are some serious challenges with it. In terms of an odor control expert, we have the ability to hire experts if we feel that we need to review the documents, to review the odor control plans. And we certainly, in order to be consistent with their permit, if they're required to have odor control, it needs to be working, right? It needs to be working to the point where it cannot be detected in residential zones. That doesn't mean you drive by on the 192 or you drive by on the 154 or 246 and you smell it next to the property. That's a different, that they're not required to maintain odor at their property line. So I think, we're in the position to be able to hire experts where we need to.
Okay, we'll just leave the rest of the discussion during the specific items because, I still feel it's an amorphous issue, and I'm not sure that we'll just deliberate it later. That's fine.
And just to add to that, as permits move into compliance,
right,
our permit compliance staff will be working on these projects, right? And so when we get complaints, we investigate, right? That's how the system is set up currently.
Noted.
Commissioner Park.
This is a very interesting discussion. And, I think that I want to put this as diplomatically as I possibly could, particularly on terpene study. It would be a good idea for all of us to have a better understanding. Everyone in the county of how that relates to concentration of projects in places where we don't want them concentrated. So I'll move on from that statement and ask you, or thank you, Director Plowman, for the information on the budgeting process and how that relates to long-range planning. I didn't quite get what that third alternative of a team would do. If you could just go over that in about 2 or 3 sentences.
Sure, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Park. An additional team would allow us to take, and I'm sorry I didn't mention this, I should have, would allow us to process probably 3 to 4 more programs in any given fiscal year. So that just means we will be working on more programs. Right now we have about 11 that are in our fiscal set for next fiscal year, and we would be able to add additional programs to that.
I want to make a comment on that, and it'll lead to a question. So it is a legitimate question. I think that's a great idea because I think, in general, with the benefit of 20/20 hindsight, let's put it that way, all of us sometimes will see holes or gaps in ordinances that we've kind of rushed to adopt. And we think, it would have been better had they done this. And there's a lot of discussion like that about the cannabis ordinance, for example. And it's kind of tough that the board's in a position of adopting these ordinances and then telling you don't have the money to have long-range planning to help fix them when the public asks for it. And I think that having a team like that could deal with those sort of after the effect, let's fix these ordinances here and there when we need to, would be very flexible, and it would be responsive to the public demand, so to speak, and it would actually save money, which leads to my kind of next question. I think that when we see issues that come up repeatedly on the permit processing side, that sometimes tells us that we need to spend more attention to the long-range planning side for kind of a one-time fix so the issues don't keep coming up. And or even the development of development standards. So my question here is, do we have the money? Do we have the time? Is there a way we can schedule some workshops here at the Planning Commission? I give you 2 examples right off the bat. One is a cannabis one dealing with understanding the emerging technology and odor control. So we're not doing it 2 or 3 minutes at a time at processing hearings, but we're actually learning more about it. And then we're kind of discussing the process of, well, if there are growers that want to adopt the best technology and they're really told to, and it's emerging and so on and so forth, what permitting do they go to when they adopt something new? Does it mean a revision of their CUP? Does it come back to the Planning Commission? Do they risk their process, their permits? I think we just need to discuss that more. It would be good for the public, and it would be something that would save some time that we're using now in permit hearings. Another example is ADUs. I keep bringing them up when we have these large housing projects. I thought that Commissioner Bridley made a really good point about ratings, which I don't understand well enough to repeat what she said very well, but I thought it was a very good point about how ratings relating to traffic generated is a good way to look at that. And I think, well, and then maybe we should talk about that more extensively at a workshop instead of doing it one by one at each hearing. Another example there is we'll look at some of these projects and we'll say, oh gosh, under Civil Code 4751, the developers really can't regulate ADUs. And that's something I had the opportunity to look at privately for a client recently. It's been a lot of time. And actually, I was surprised to learn there are a lot of ways that developers can regulate ADUs in projects. And it's not really the business of the planning process to tell them how to do it, but at least we know there's a tool where they can do that now, and that can impact what we think the presence of ADUs would have on a project. So I think a workshop there would be a good thing, for example. So that's the question. Do you have the funding? Do we have a process where we can have a couple of workshops to address some of these things?
Well, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Park, I don't want to answer off the cuff. I want to think about it. I mean, I don't have a lot of spare change rolling around in the couch, but I understand the value of some of these items. So I want to give it some thought before I provide a response on that.
Well, that's a perfect answer to the question, because that's what I was hoping for, is just get us thinking about it.
Yeah.
And just think it would work. Thank you.
Sure. Commissioner Blau, I'm sorry, I see your hand up. Did you have a question?
Yeah, well, a comment. I'm not quite so diplomatic as Commissioner Park is. I have no clue why we haven't been able to have a county-paid study on the issue of tripping contamination for the crops. I recognize that the board put this off to the Agriculture Commissioner, and I have no idea why. How could it possibly take 6 months or a year to not have someone like UC Davis or some other institution that can do this study and give us the answer we need? So I just don't get that. And I don't get why they, it's not the Ag Commissioner that's seeing all the appeals that we're seeing for the cannabis gross. It's us to speak that's having to do it. And I'm quite frankly sick and tired of people coming up there and telling me that there's contamination and we can't say whether there is or isn't. So we have no scientific data to tell us. In relation to Commissioner Park's comment about the workshop, that's probably a really good idea. I've had two of them since I've been a planning commissioner. One is was in Solvang at the Mission. The other one was in a recreational room at Cachuma Lake. And it was very helpful. And we spent a half a day and we were able to, it was open to the public. They could join us and visit if they want, but no one showed up. They gave us an issue to talk about all kind of things like what Commissioner Park is talking about and other things. I know I learned a lot from Commissioner Spicer and Cooney about being a planning commissioner and some of the rules and things we need to do. And I would love to see us do that again if it could be scheduled. So those are my two comments this morning.
Thank you. And Commissioner Briley, do you have a question? Your hand's still up.
Yeah, just I totally concur with Commissioner Park, I think that's a great idea. And whether it's a workshop, maybe meet in the middle solution would be to schedule some discussion items at the Planning Commission agenda just to have a little more time to talk about it, whether it's the terpene study or the need for peer reviews of some of the odor abatement plans, or, just cannabis in general, not specific. I think that as fast as the science is moving in that industry, that might be time well spent. And maybe it's just a session where we realize we can't catch up to the science moving so quickly, right? So whatever, I just see that's an alternative to having a place where, like Commissioner Blau was talking about at Kachuman, having an open workshop, having a discussion item is still valuable. And I think that was it. Oh, I don't also totally concur with the concept of a team for doing your ordinance work, because let's remember what the state is coming down, the valley with. It's a big boulder. It's like, Indiana Jones image of the guy underneath the giant boulder. Let's go to Disneyland and do that. So I don't see the work on ordinance amendments getting any less. And it seems like that is a really great way to approach it. So that was a great idea.
And just to add to that, it wouldn't just be, or if we had a full team, it wouldn't be solely focused on ordinance amendments. We would be able to do other programs too. So move them along in at the same time as all of the other 11 programs we've got moving now. So it would just give us more capacity.
I know that you're fighting against all the other departments, not fighting. Everyone's challenged to try to find funding for P&D, and obviously we're biased about it, but whatever I can pass on to my second district supervisor, I will encourage it, because the things that you're talking about would actually make things more efficient down the road, as Commissioner Park pointed out. So thank you.
You're welcome. Just to give you a quick update on what's coming up at the board, we have the Central Coast Ag Conditional Use Permit Appeal next week on the 4th. The ADU ordinance is going on the 18th of May. CREF is going on the 11th of May. The SFS Farms Melville appeal is on the 22nd of June. And we will be going to the board with a request for a focused discussion on the scope of work on the utility grade solar ordinance. There's some questions that the long range planning staff has, and so we like to go back to the board to make sure we're going in the direction that they anticipated. And that'll probably be sometime in June. And I think that's it.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Director Clement.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll move on to our standard agenda. And Ms. Graham, would you read item 1 into the record, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is the hearing on request of Autumn Brands, LLC, applicant to consider the following: 20 DVP 11 and 20 CDP 79.
Okay, thank you. And just an announcement to the public and all of those online with us right now. We will be having public comment on this item when the time comes during the hearing. So hang in there with us. We'll hear from you in a while. And Ms. Lair and Mr. Singer, I see you're both here. Take it away.
Ex parte?
Oh, of course. Thank you, Commissioner Park. Ex parte, Commissioner Park?
Probably all of us have something to report. And I had phone conversations with Aaron Weber and a long one with Nathan Eady last night. And I've had phone conversation with Amy Steinfeld to gather some information, and also face-to-face conversation with young Jacobson about scrubbers. And who am I leaving out? That's all I can remember right now. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Park. Commissioner Bradley.
So I met with a number of neighbors, Marilee Peebles and Anna Carrillo, last week, Sally Eagle and Anna Bradley, I think. Anyway, they are all neighbors that live across the street from Autumn Brands, or generally in that area north of 192. And then I also talked to Aaron Weber a couple days ago and Nathan Eady yesterday.
Okay, thank you. I did receive a phone call from Aaron Weber regarding this project. And I don't see Commissioner Cooney or Blau, so there's Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My contacts were similar. I spoke by telephone with Aaron Weber on one or two occasions. I spoke with a neighbor, Marilee Peebles. And I'm pretty sure that's all for this hearing. There are other hearings coming up that I talked to individuals about, but focused on this one, I think that's all.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Okay, let's move on then. Hang on one sec. Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, Mr. Chair, I think there may have been some letters that came in after the deadline. So if you want to have those considered now before we move forward or after a staff presentation, I just wanted to alert the chair of that, just so that if anybody wanted to give public comment and those letters aren't voted in, they know ahead of time. So we might want to take action on that before we go to public comment.
Okay, good point. Mr. Wilson, do we know which letters specifically, and we can put that before the commission, or how many there are,
Commissioner
how long
Farini.
they are?
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse the
Yes.
interruption.
Yes.
They were in the file labeled public comment letters past deadline. That's the link that I sent you guys yesterday. So it's just those files that came in after the noon deadline.
Okay, very helpful. Thank you. Commissioner Park?
Yeah, I had a follow-up question for Ms. Graham about that, because I looked at those this morning, and it's she's absolutely right. There's a very clearly labeled subfile for letters that came in after the deadline. It's a whole lot of them, and some of them are dated earlier in April, like April 3 and so forth. So I just wanted to be sure that indeed all those letters came in after, Monday at noon, even though they were dated earlier.
Commissioner Park, through the chair. Yes, I believe that those may have been submitted for an earlier Planning Commission meeting, and they just wanted to be re-included into the record for this meeting. But those were received after the deadline.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, and I'll just add before we get to Commissioner Blau, I did not open that file location, nor did I review any of those files. Just too late in the day for me. Commissioner Blau?
Well, I'm going to say that I agree with you. I don't even see it on my email now. I just looked at it again, so I didn't get it from Leah. And although it concerns me that if we receive the letters, prior to the deadline, and they put them and they deliver them again, that's different than a brand new letter that was delivered after the deadline. So I think we need to have the staff tell us which ones we had received on time that should have been in our packet earlier, and those that were received after the deadline. And I'm not going to obviously vote to approve anything that came after the deadline. I don't have them. I haven't been able to read anything. But if we received them before that, the deadline, I think they do need to be a part of the record. And the fact that the staff may not have given them to us is a problem for us. It's not a problem for the scrivener of the document.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, just to maybe expedite this for what Ms. Graham said is if somebody's resubmitting a letter that they already submitted, it's already in your packet. You already have it, and hopefully you reviewed it. If they resubmit it after the deadline, then it's after the deadline, and they're just trying to get a double shot at it. So I don't really want to have staff try to go back and forth, figure out what you did get and didn't have. So if it's a resubmittal, you already have it, and if they submit it after the deadline, then that's what we're voting on.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Well, that's not a problem because I'm not I'm not going to approve anything submitted after the deadline anyway, so it doesn't really matter to me. I don't care what.
You didn't.
And I kind of think that based on recent history, we won't have that problem.
I know it's on your bill.
Commissioner Bradley.
Maybe this is a newbie confusion, but I thought most of these comment letters that came in yesterday afternoon or yesterday sometime were less than a page. They were quick emails. And so I thought that wasn't a problem to come in after Monday. It was things longer than a page after Monday at noon. Do I have this wrong?
No, you're correct if they're less than a page. So it would only be anything over a page that was submitted after.
I see. That's in that folder. Okay. Got it. I tried to look at all of them, but for anyone listening, it's really hard to keep up with this stuff because the packets were complicated anyway. So just, sometimes less is better, but whatever. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Bradley. So if the commission would like to take an action, now would be the time. Otherwise, I think they would, by default, they would fall out. So I'm not seeing a motion to accept those in. Commissioner Cooney?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. This is my situation. The email to us from Ms. Graham was 6:30 last night, and I didn't see it until this morning. And when I saw it this morning, it contained a number of attachments, all of which I reviewed for today's meeting. However, I going back and looking at that email now, I see that she also sent a link that was to the comment letters. I didn't see that. So I generally support the receipt of letters even after the deadline if I've had a chance to review them. I just can't make the motion to do that in this case since I have not had a chance to read any of the late submitted letters.
Okay, that's I kind of agree with that, Commissioner Cooney. I did not see them. I'm trying to search right now as well to see if I can find them. Commissioner Blau, your hand's still up.
Muted.
And you're muted.
I just now see the email from Ms. Graham. No, I mean, I haven't read them at all. How could I possibly let them be into the record or consider them? That's not possible. And I'll just make the point that for the people that are listening and to understand that every other year we have to go through ethics training that's required by the state, by the county. And one of the things that they caution us very carefully to do is when we're doing the meeting or preparing for the meeting, we pay attention to the meeting. We don't sit here and read documents from people that put them into the record after the meeting starts. It's considered unethical. So that's the reason that we would not want to make them part of the record. You got to get them in by noon on Monday, and if you don't, we don't have time to read them, they can't be part of the public record. At least they're not supposed to be. It's not considered ethical. So just want to make that comment.
Okay, so we will move on then, and I believe now we are ready to begin staff's presentation. Ms. Lair, and Mr. Singer.
Mr. Chair, before you turn to staff,
Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
it was,
Or was that? Oh, Mr. Pettit.
It was, yes, thank you. Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I apologize. I do want to reiterate what Secretary Wilson said. This is for the benefit of public commenters. I would just like to clarify that any letters that have already been submitted and were resubmitted are part of the record. And any letters or emails that are less than a page that have been submitted are part of the record. So if there's any confusion, I believe that Secretary Wilson has indicated that there are maybe three submissions that were more than a page, and that those are the ones that are not already in the record. Thank you.
Very helpful. Thank you. Third or fourth time's a charm, Ms. Lair.
Commissioners, I will hand this over to Mr. Singer just to remind the commission this project was heard on April 7th, and it was continued to update some conditions and language regarding odor abatement. So with that, I will give it over to Mr. Singer.
Thank you. Mr. Singer, there you go.
Yes, thank you. The mouse was giving me trouble. It wouldn't let me click unmute. Good morning, Chair Farini, Commissioners. Thank you. As mentioned by Ms. Lair, this project was heard on April 7th and is returning today with some updated language. A PowerPoint was provided. I'm not sure if it's up or not. There we go. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is the added language. It was reviewed at the prior hearing. It was proposed by the applicants, and the commission said that they would like it. So here it is, just reiterated again. Next slide, please. The updated materials include the odor abatement plan submitted by the applicants, as well as the project description and the CEQA checklist. The updated language is in sections 2, which is a site description, and section 8, which is the analysis of other technologies of the odor abatement plan. The project description with the updated language is included as condition number 1 in attachments B1 and B2 to the staff memorandum that was prepared. And the updated language is also included within the project description of the CEQA checklist, which was attachment C of the staff memo. Next slide, please. The recommended action for this with updated language is to make the required findings for approval of the proposed project as specified in attachment A, which was attached to the staff report dated March 30th, so reviewed at the prior hearing, including the California Environmental Quality Act findings. Determine that the previously certified programmatic environmental impact report is adequate and no subsequent environmental review is required pursuant to CEQA. And this is included as attachment C to the staff memo and attachment D to the prior staff report. And then to approve the project, case numbers 20 DVP 11 and 20 CVP 79, subject to the updated conditions included as attachment B to the memorandum dated April 20th. Next slide, please. And that's it for staff's presentation today. Nice and short, as there's not too much updated, but staff is available for questions if the commission has any. Thank you.
Commissioner Bradley. And you're muted.
Thank you. Mr. Singer, your memo updates a odor abatement plan on your attachment is March 16th, but in the packet, what I read was April 16th, 2021. Is that what we're talking about?
Chair Farini, Commissioner Bradley, you are correct. The attachment lists March 16th. That is incorrect, and that was just a mistake. The body of the staff memorandum under section 2 does list it as April 16th, and that's what it should say.
Okay, great. Just want to double check. Lots of material. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradley. Commissioner Cooney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Singer. Looking through the materials that were submitted since the last hearing, nothing is more important to me than the odor abatement plan changes. Could you just highlight what those are?
Chair Freedy, Commissioner Cooney, yes, I'm happy to do that. The changes to the odor abatement plan, as mentioned, are the language. I'm not sure if the slide can be
Commissioner
put back
Cooney,
up.
we're about to bring the language. Oh, there it is. Thank you.
Thank you. So yes, this language was added to the odor abatement plan in 2 spots. The first one was section 2, which is the site description, kind of like a project description. In that, the entirety of this language was added there. And then in section 8, which was the analysis of, I believe, other technologies, which that section includes some kind of description of what other alternatives were. So this language was added there as well to kind of be a support that if other technology becomes available that's more efficient or superior in odor abatement potential, that they would change it. So this language has been added in 2 places of the odor abatement plan.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Bradley, did you have something?
Yeah, sorry, I should have asked this when I had the other question. On the memo, we're talking about the updated odor abatement plan, and I understand the language. I guess my question from staff is, how does that timing actually work in the event that site-specific testing indicates that the property would substantially benefit from new technology? I mean, for the lay people listening, but honestly for me, how does that actually work? This is approved. It goes through permit compliance at planning and development. It goes to business license, and then it's operating. At what point would updated technology be required to be installed? I'm a little fuzzy on the timing on this.
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair. I'll take this one. So this is really in the event that the current odor abatement system is not working and there are issues. If the current odor abatement system is working and folks are not able to detect odor at residential zones, in effect, there is no problem. It's working. So it's really when there is an issue and additional, research and site-specific analysis is needed and upgrades are justified.
So let me just pursue that, because part of the dilemma that everyone's having, staff, me, the neighbors and everything, is we can't tell where the odor is coming from. So if you get complaints, and at our last hearing, I asked if there were complaints for this property, and then what followed that was an email from one of the citizens across the street, 7 pages of dates that she sent. And I can't even tell you the trail, that happened with that. But when it doesn't work, what is the process for staff to determine that it's at that point, that it's not working? Is it a complaint to planning and development? Is it a complaint to the business license office? What is it? What's the threshold for staff to make that determination?
Commissioner Bradley, through the chair. So when there are complaints filed for this project, our permit compliance staff will go out there. We have some new technology or newer technology, that would allow us to detect odor in certain locations, and we would go on the property, see if odor is coming from this property. If we're standing at the property line and no odor is detected, we know it's not that one, and it could be another. So that. Secretary Wilson, did you want to jump in there?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bradley, in addition to the requirements of conditions of approval, if you look into the ordinance under section 3542-075, when it talks about subsection 6, the odor abatement plan, that's one of our tools that we have in regards to permit compliance. So that coupled with the conditions of approval, if you look at subsection H, it talks about if the department, which is planning development, receives 3 verified complaints in a year, we have enforcement authority under the ordinance to evaluate their system and see if it's efficient or not. And so, yeah, 3 complaints in a year seems a long time, but we don't have to wait 3 years. So, I mean, 3 years, three times a year. So the ordinance gives us the leverage we need to work with the operators on addressing their odor abatement systems or odor control systems. And if it isn't working, then, you know, that would trigger what you're talking about, compliance with condition of approval or compliance with the ordinance. Is there another best available technology that can address this issue? If there isn't, then, you know, we continue to work with them. If there is, and depending what that switch is, it could trigger an amendment or a revision to their permit. But we don't know what that is. And we're working with the operators to try to finesse that issue out.
Okay, Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I sympathize with Commissioner Ridley in that I think the language in that condition is ridiculous, to tell you the truth. There are no triggers. It's kind of like, who determines if there's better technology, when it's going to be there, how it's going to work? You don't have any of it in there. It just simply says if there is better technology, they'll use it. Who gets to determine that? Is it director? Is it compliance? I don't know how you do that. There's no language in there that tells me how it's triggered. And it doesn't tell me what's going to happen to them if they don't use a new and better technology. It doesn't make any sense to me. The fact that I'm okay with the language doing it because it's worthless, won't do anything. But let's not pretend that this is going to make the problem any better. I mean, if they want to voluntarily comply with new and better technologies, that's great. I commend them for doing that. But I don't know why we put that language in there, put the condition in there, since there's no way for us to enforce it.
Commissioner Blau, Commissioner Blau, through the chair. So I'd like to bring the commission's attention back to our standard odor abatement conditions. And that's condition 11.
I know your standard odor abatement condition is fine. That's great. But you're talking about this new condition or adding it to the project. I mean, I don't see a reason for it. It doesn't do anything.
Sure. Commissioner Blau, we just want to point out too, this is a applicant provided condition. Staff did not recommend that this condition be added. This is something the applicant is putting forth.
Great. My point is, that's wonderful. If they want to do that and comply with it in the future, that's great. But I don't see why we're making it a condition of the project, just because it has no teeth and you can't do anything with it. So, and I don't like those kind of conditions that aren't more standardized or don't have an effect. Standard odor conditions, they're great. We've all agreed upon those. But to add this one on there, I don't see the purpose of it. And I certainly wouldn't want to see it become a standard condition going forward, because it doesn't do anything to alleviate the problem. Unless, you know, if they're obviously anybody wants to voluntarily do technology, that's wonderful. But to have a condition that says that they're going to do that for the county's going to enforce it, I don't get.
Commissioner Park.
I'm going to make a comment that will lead to a question, because I know we're not in deliberations, even though it kind of is beginning to sound like that. You know, I think that Commissioner Bradley asked a very good question. And because that language is remarkably ambiguous, and there's some major ambiguities, 3 or 4 of them. You highlighted one of them. And sometimes I feel I want to be Dan Blau when I grow up, because he was so forthright and outspoken and used terms that I wasn't even considering. But anyway, we have to put this language in context. This language was created right before the last hearing in response to questions that I asked, and I think Mr. Cooney did and others, of, well, why aren't you using carbon scrubbers here like they are in CVW and so forth? And this language was intended to respond to that, okay, if it was shown that they would do some good, then they could go that way. And so I wouldn't just see that language in a vacuum. I'd see it in the context of what it was created to address. And that's an issue we need to address squarely, not just does this language make any sense or not. A question I had, though, for Mr. Singer and Ms. Lair, really anybody who can answer it, is there any language in this OAP now that is identical or similar to the complaint and response language that was added to the CVW project and to the CCA project? I would remind folks that language, which was developed by way of settlements, actually, in various cases, the Borac, CCW, I think the Emma Wood one involved that. And it was sort of a collaboration of applicants and also coalition and their attorney, Mark Chatillo. And it's found in Section 8 of the OAP for for CVW. And I remember at the time that Commissioner Cooney called that the gold standard. It was added to the CCA OAP, and Commissioner Briley called it the platinum standard. And I'm just teasing you all a little bit, but that's what you said. And it's important language. Is it there or not in there in this one? That's the question for Ms. Lair or Mr. Singer.
Commissioner Park through the chair. So Section 7 of the applicant's updated OAP does address their odor complaint tracking system. I have not been able to kind of compare these side by side, but I can do that as this hearing continues. But there is a discussion in the odor abatement plan that, the applicant will provide notice to surrounding folks. The applicant will notify the county of any complaints within 24 hours of receiving. The director of operations will be tracking all complaints and will be maintained for some time. I believe it's 5 years, and the applicant will allow the department access to facility at all times without notice for odor issues. That is a very brief summary, but at initial glance, it does not look like it has the extent of what the commission heard for Central Coast agriculture with regards to complaint and community outreach.
I would appreciate it if you would take some time during the hearing to make that side-by-side comparison. I think the point is we're trying to get across the public that we're progressing. We're improving the process here. We're making progress in dealing with these very difficult issues. And one way we can do that is sort of standardize the procedures like this, and then say that we're meeting those standards. And I joke about the gold and platinum standard, but those were the comments, and those were heartfelt comments that we were making some progress there. And I'd like us to not reinvent the wheel at every hearing, but if we have a standard that we've looked at in the past and said, this is great, let's at least mention it in our staff report and see, are we there or not? So I will certainly appreciate it if you will look at that, because it's certainly something I want to address in our deliberations later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Park. Commissioner Blau, did you have something else to add?
Yeah, I do. If you want to change the language in that new condition that says something to the effect that should we get owner complaints on the project and the director or whoever determines that there is better technology to abate the odor issue, that they would be required to use the technology and do it. Now you have some meat to the condition. It's not just if it's available, they're going to do it. If it's going to be driven by a complaint, and 2 years from now there is a better technology that would eliminate the odor, they would be required to do that. But the way the condition reads now, that's not the case. I mean, Ms. Lair is saying we have a standard condition, but maybe the standard condition isn't the condition we want, because I don't know that it talks about the new and better technology.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is Mr. Seawards. What we've tried to do with our standard conditions, we do have a standard condition related to the odor control plan. And our code requirements do not specify specific actions on a project-by-project basis. What you guys have been seeing at these hearings are applicants working with neighbors to come up with additional measures to address odor control that are not necessarily in our code. And you do have the discretion to add things to an odor control plan at your discretion. What our conditions are doing are saying that an applicant has to provide an adequate odor control plan that is certified by a hygienist. That is our code requirement. But the commission does have the ability to ask for more things if you would like to do that. We just try and keep the condition standard to match the code requirement.
Okay, and I appreciate and understand that. What I'm saying was that the condition you just put up on the screen has no teeth to it. If you want to add language that says, based on complaints received from adjacent property owners, and you determine that there is a problem and there is new technology, you can require them to use the new technology. Now you have a condition that makes sense to me. When it's enforceable.
Commissioner Blau, through the chair. So back to the standard condition, we do have language that the applicant shall deploy or redeploy best available technologies as determined by the county. So we do have that hook, and that's why we like to keep this standard condition. This is kind of the standard condition that reflects what the ordinance allows us to do. And then the odor abatement plan, as Mr. Seawards has indicated, is kind of more project specific. That being said, we still, maintain the rights to essentially apply the ordinance to these operations. And should we receive complaints, the county has the ability to determine that additional odor technologies can and should be applied, and we'll work with the applicant to implement that.
Okay, what you need to do for me then, if you could please pull up on your computer that standard condition so I can read it and compare it to the one that you're proposing now, because I'm not seeing the reason for the condition that's being added to it. If our standard condition does the same thing, if this condition does the same thing as our standard condition does, I don't see the reason to have it in there. And I really hate when we get, 2 different conditions in a project as opposed to one, if one will do it. You understand that?
Hi, Commissioner.
It's kind of like what we see, what we see. The biggest one that drove me crazy was we have different times for construction projects. It started at 7 in the morning or 8:30 or 9 o'clock, when the standard for the county is 8:30 to 5 or whatever the condition is. Just don't want to see a whole bunch of different conditions in different projects.
Commissioner Blau, what they said on this condition too is, remember the county has their staff is not recommending this supplemental condition. That is something being proposed by the project applicant. So staff is not embracing that. I think it just kind of.
Great, then I see no reason to have it. Let's just take it out.
Yeah, right.
All I'm saying is if you got the standard condition and it does what it needs to happen and it makes Commissioner Cooney happy, I don't need to be adding this.
That's a perfect segue, Commissioner Blau, because Commissioner Cooney has his hand up. So Commissioner Cooney, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to just indicate that I think the process would be better served if we moved on to the applicant's presentation, because at the end, and having heard that, we will be in a better position to debate what the conditions should be. I'm not disagreeing with anything Commissioner Blau said at all, but I don't want to jump in and make my remarks about that specific language until we have all the information from the applicant.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney, and I will strive to keep more control of the meeting and things going in proper places. So
absolutely not intended as a comment on your control.
But hey, I can always improve. So thank you for that. Okay, so, oh, come on, Commissioner Park, let me go. Commissioner Park, hands up.
I just wanted to say that the most important thing you can do to control the meeting is to tell us when we're going to have a bathroom break. Because I'm just afraid we get into presentations and it'll go 30 or 45 minutes.
Okay, let's take a break now and come back at 10:30. Okay, and we will then have the project applicant give their presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chair, whenever you're ready.
Okay, yes, we're ready to go. So we'll reconvene. And we left off with getting ready to have the applicant's presentation for the day. Ms. Weber, are you ready?
Actually, Mr. Chair, I will be starting off the presentation today, if that's all right.
Yeah, go ahead and introduce yourself and take it away.
All right, can we get our slides pulled up, please? So my name is Carolyn Groves. I'm the land use planner for the applicant, and I would like to note that we do have the entire applicant team here today. So we have the owners, we have Aaron Weber, as we already discussed, and we also have Nathan Eady, our odor expert, and we are all available for questions and for discussion. So there's already been some discussion about the revised condition language. So since the last hearing, we've had several discussions with commissioners and with members of the public. And we actually, even since we submitted that other language, we have revised the language even further in response to commissioner conversations over the past couple days. Our intention here is to strengthen this language and to address the commissioner's concerns. And so this, the language you see up here on the screen, we feel is even stronger than the language you were already discussing and does, address the concerns that were raised. This application team has really done everything we possibly can to respond to commissioner concerns, to planning and development concerns, to public concerns. And we feel that, this project is the best version that we can possibly put forward. We're happy to, adopt whichever version of the language the commissioners like, or if they prefer not to have it at all, we're, agreeable to do whatever would satisfy those concerns. We just respectfully ask that, this project is, viewed in context and on an individual basis on the facts of this project, as opposed to, bringing in the larger issues with the entire county cannabis ordinance and its implementation. And, we're, looking forward to addressing your concerns today. And so I think with that, unless you have any questions right now about this exact language, I'm going to hand it off to Nathan Eady, who is our odor expert, and he has a couple slides just to kind of reinforce exactly what we're talking about with the odor abatement plan.
Thank you, Carolyn. Chair and fellow commissioners, so I think Carolyn provided an excellent kind of conclusion there in that, the applicant's team is just trying to be constructive and helpful in this process. So, if, as Commissioner Blau had said, just reverting back to the standard conditions is what the commission prefers. The language that was proposed at the hearing 2 weeks ago, or the revised language that Carolyn just provided this morning, I think the applicant's, comfortable in any respect. We're just trying to proactively offer options. And I think the latest language that was just placed up there does a good job in particular of dealing with some of the lack of teeth and implementation of by whom and when that Commissioner Blau was talking about earlier this morning. But these are all just suggestions, and we're open for constructive help either way. Let's go ahead and advance to the next slide. So that condition really helps try to anticipate and require improvements to the technology of the future that hopefully is just there on the horizon. But let's just touch very briefly on what we know now specific to Autumn Brands. So much as the coalition and other stakeholders have requested over the past several months, we completed intensive testing on the site that was not just restricted to the odor grab samples that SES has already been doing for close to 2 years now. We also brought in Groundswell and their terpene detection technology with gas chromatographs. And I just want to provide a little bit more detail about, what was done and what the results were, to show that as of today, with the kind of tools we have in our tool chest, this Autumn Brand site is actually performing very well. So February to March of 2021, we actually did 3 different types of sampling, not just by SES. This was heavily involved with Groundswell and Mark Cram, who I believe is available, for any technical questions until about 11. So the testing regime was consistent with what the coalition and other stakeholders have repeatedly asked for. So it leverages all the best available technologies that we have and tries to tackle odor on every front. So taking actual odor grab samples that go to an independent panel, that still is probably the truest way in which you get the analysis of odor and the D over T measurements. But then we also used a gas chromatograph, which specializes in taking terpenes. The nice thing about that is, although you are trying to sort of convert terpenes into what odor may be, and that conversion may have some level of some margin of error.
Thank you.
The big upside of the gas chromatograph is that you can take samples every 10 minutes
All right, perfect.
continuously for days at a time. So the gas chromatograph was actually out on site for 12 continuous days, taking samples from 6 different locations. And so when you start to do the math, it's literally 1,300 data points. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So the results of that are that the systems at this specific site are working as intended to achieve the goal of keeping odors from crossing that frontage of Foothill and making it to the residents beyond. The D over T from the grab samples was at 19, and by the time you subtract out the baseline in Carpinteria, which is typically somewhere between 9 and 12, you end up at 7 to 10, which is floating right there on the nuisance threshold. And then the results of the terpene measurements were very similar. The 98% of the odor-causing terpenes were dissipating in 232 feet. And Autumn Brands has over 325 feet from their closest greenhouse to their northern property line that crosses over into Foothill. So the technology that we have today is working very well. If we felt that additional modifications needed to be made to this specific site today, we would have requested that. So, I mean, although there is a hope that scrubbers will be proven viable here in the near future, there are further improvements that could be made to the vapor system. And those types of requests are made of other sites that don't perform as well as this one, but it wasn't warranted here. The balance is we don't want to use any more odor neutralizing vapor than what is required to meet the goal. Otherwise, you risk going overboard and you're just creating 2 odors out of 1 when you have too much neutralizer circulating around. And in this case, it wasn't necessary. We've already iterated on the site's odor control system for over a year and a half, and it's gotten to a point where it's working very effectively now. Not all sites are created. There's going to be some that have much more intensive vapor phase systems, while those remain the preferred technology. And I think the commission will see over the next several weeks that until such time as scrubbers become a proven fact and we start to see how much they can phase the vapor out, you're going to see more and more properties that have more and more sophisticated vapor phase systems to provide near-term relief for the community and start to improve on these remaining odor hotspots. And then obviously if the scrubbers become proven back technology, those will be rolled out as well. So hopefully the condition language in some facet can kind of deal with the future, but this provides some reassurance that in the meantime, this specific project isn't the leading cause of any of the remaining odors in Carpinteria that still need to be dealt with today. That's it. I'm available for any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you,
Nathan. Through the chair, I just want to add one final thing. If we could go back to the very first slide. Just so everyone's on the same page, and it's all, in the record. I just want to read this out loud. This is like I said, the condition that we further developed this week that's even stronger than the initial language that we proposed. So as new best available control technology is proven to achieve superior odor control as determined by peer-reviewed data and county-approved qualified odor experts, the applicant will make the appropriate BACT upgrades, including but not limited to scrubbers to mitigate odor from cultivation activities in the greenhouses. After the commencement of use, the county shall retain a professional engineer or certified industrial hygienist at the applicant's expense to inspect and verify the installation of new best available control technology. So again, we just want to reiterate that our purpose here is to address commissioner concerns, to have a project that the commissioners are comfortable approving. And the fact remains that this project as proposed is 100% compliant with all the relevant regulations, with the cannabis ordinance, with everything in the LCP. And we're just really looking forward to an approval today. So with that, we are available for questions. And that's the end of our initial comments, but we'd like to reserve a little bit of time for a response to public comments, if that's available.
Thank you. Commissioner Blau, your hand's up.
Yeah, thank you. I must tell you, I think this is great, and I kind of love the language. It needs a little adjusting in that there needs to be a time frame that you're going to have the analysis done to see if there is, for example, you say that you shall retain a professional engineer to certify. Tell me how often you're going to do that. You're going to do that once a year, every 6 months, that sort of thing. And I'm also interested in maybe talking to the staff to have this now be the standard condition that's going forward so that we can get control of it. I mean, I've said from the very beginning, the county made a terrible mistake by not requiring all cannabis operations to be indoors in a hothouse, greenhouse with absolute control of the odor. I mean, if it gets out of the house, forget it. You can't grow it. So you're doing the next best thing, I think, to do that. So I'm in favor of it. But if this is the best way to handle the odor control, good. Let's put a time frame in there for when you do the inspections, and I want the staff to look at it to be the new standard condition. Those are my comments. And that might be deliberation, but I know we're going to do public testimony, and I'd be curious to know if other people in the public agree with me.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Blau. Commissioner Park? Unmute.
Question for Ms. Groves, and then also some for Mr. Eady. So let me ask Ms. Groves first. I do agree that this is a much less ambiguous condition than the prior version. I got a copy of the prior version, from the applicant representatives yesterday. When did this version come out? Has it been communicated to the Planning Commission before just now?
Through the chair, if I may respond.
Yeah.
So this is, as we've been communicating with commissioners in the past, 2 days, we revised this language. So this is brand new, and we realize it's kind of short notice to present it right now, but we're hoping that, based on it just being a stronger version of the previous language, we can, talk about it today. But yeah, it is very recently updated.
Okay, I just want to be sure I wasn't remiss in reviewing it before because I'd never seen it before. Okay, now let me turn to Mr. Eady. Mr. Eady, basically what I heard from you in your presentation was that there's no need for further odor control because it's all working fine using the buyer's system. And I know we have some disagreements on that. And as does the community, and we'll address those later in deliberations. But I want to address some of the comments that you've told me in our 30-minute telephone conversation yesterday. So you're doing further testing of using scrubbers at the nighttime, and then the vapor system in the daytime as the vents are opened up. And I believe you told me that you're weeks away, if even that long, in reaching a determination there. And they're also looking at the concept of dispensing with the vapor phase system altogether and just using scrubbers and you're somewhat longer time away in making a determination there. I wonder if you could address that for us and describe what you were talking about.
Sure. So Chair and Commissioner Park, so we are right now testing multiple vendors who have come forward and said we have scrubbers that we think are viable in greenhouses. One such product has been tested and we gave some feedback to the vendor and they're working on, say, a second generation of unit. And then we have another vendor whose products we'll start testing next week. So far the results have been promising, but unlike the vapor phase system where we can go out and we can test it and see what its efficacy is, but the way odor neutralizing vapor works, it has no degradation over time. So the neutralizer goes out and it's as effective on day 1 as it is on day 100 or day 1000. If it mixes and it neutralizes, it does great. There is no material like carbon that is saturating and its performance is degrading over time. With scrubbers, that's what makes it more difficult, as much as everyone would like us to move through this quickly so that we can adopt a new best available technology. Only time will tell. If we put these scrubbers in and we test them on day 1 and they work at some percentage of efficiency for odor reduction, can they maintain that 30 days later, 60 days later, 100 days later? That's the way carbon scrubbing technology works, is that at some point, all carbon on a long enough timeline starts to become saturated and runs out of pore space, and then its ability to remove odor starts to degrade. And that's sort of objective number 1, is can these scrubbers maintain this performance level for a long enough period of time? So no one's tried to scrub this volume of air before in structures this side of a greenhouse. Then objective number 2 is, okay, if it can remove a high amount of odor and it can sustain that for a long period of time, then at what point can we start to experiment with, do they do the job, and can we start to reduce the amount of vapor, or in a perfect scenario, eliminate it as a redundancy altogether? That we haven't even begun to scratch the surface on. Right now it's all about testing the scrubbers inside of a greenhouse and seeing how effective they are. If they prove effective, then we'll start to do a combination of tests of at what times of day can we start to curtail the use of vapor. And then the last issue is we have competing companies, competing vendors that are putting forward multiple types of scrubbers that vary slightly in their technology, the types of maintenance and refreshes of carbon you need vary. So does the cubic feet per minute. So that can vary the number of scrubbers you need per greenhouse by as much as 50%. So those are all the kind of moving parts that we're trying to test thoroughly and balance, knowing that we don't want to get so lost in this science that we hold back on coming forward and saying, well, these scrubbers can make a huge difference to the quality of life in Carpinteria. Let's get them out there as soon as possible. So I do think we're at least, several weeks out from having testing data that's viable to start talking about, scrubbers that could be deployed. And then once we, feel confident that we can issue a report that says we think this should be considered as new best available control technology, then the manufacturers actually need to come back and say, here's long the lead time it's going to take us to produce these products at scale. You have companies that are developing products that have never existed before. So we're at prototype stages right now. When we confirm that prototypes work, they've got to actually come back and say, okay, here's how many months we think it's going to take for us to produce and deploy, dozens of these units that will be needed to equip multiple greenhouses.
So several weeks means what? Is it 3? Is it 30? What's the time horizon there? I mean, I've argued it a million times in legal briefs, and I basically call anything that's 3 or more, but maybe I'm pushing it.
So, Chair, that this is starting to become very speculative, but I would say no less than more like a timeline of 8 weeks. And the problem is what happens if we conduct subsequent rounds of testing and something goes wrong. So this, like I said, the scrubbers can work very well in week 1, and we can come back and test them 60 days later, and they can be a dismal failure. And then where we're at. So, trying to define several weeks could mean we come back in several weeks and we say we have promising results, or we could say we come back in several weeks and we're at square one and we're back being primarily reliant on the vapor systems.
And so what is it you said something is promising, but it wasn't clear to me what you say is promising. What's promising? That's using your words.
Chair and Commissioner Park. So the initial testing of a vendor scrubbers, and we have enough of them to actually fill up one entire greenhouse and conduct a scientific experiment at scale. Frankly, I would say it's promising in that the scrubbers weren't just like instantly overwhelmed by either the amount of volume that they had to pass through or in their ability to capture enough air from a greenhouse to show a measurable difference in reduction in odor. But the reason why it can't jump right to the conclusion as this is the next back is one, we still don't have proof that it meets or exceeds the odor efficiency that we're getting from the buyer's vapor system. So if that's at 98% on the outside of the greenhouse, we don't have convincing evidence that the scrubbers right now can meet or exceed that. But there was certainly room for improvement that we saw, and in talking with the manufacturer, and they're developing a next generation unit right now that we think can close the gap, if you will. But by promising, I would say the scrubbers just weren't an utter failure. And I think if you'd have talked to us 2 years ago and discussed the idea, could you scrub a structure as size of a greenhouse, we would have said that's probably never going to happen. You'll put scrubbers in there and they'll fail within days, if not weeks. And they are showing much more resiliency than we would have previously expected. So these vendors are doing a good job at understanding the science and developing unique products that are capable of doing things we wouldn't have thought possible just 18 months ago.
Now, when you say failure, are you referring to the unit literally motor burns up, or are you referring to the filtration system gets overwhelmed and doesn't filter any longer?
Chair and Commissioner Park, it's two issues of concern that likely could have or would have concerned. So one is the carbon becomes saturated very quickly. So I'll give you a corollary. When we were doing odor audits of processing buildings, say a year ago, it was very common to find cultivators that had bought, off-the-shelf carbon filters that they were told by the manufacturer this should last 6 months, and they were lasting more like 2 weeks. The scale of what you're running through the carbon systems was far more than what they were ever designed for, and that's the similar thing that we've been concerned about for a long time with the greenhouses, that you're running far too much moisture, far too much volume of particulate, et cetera, through the scrubbers, and they just can't keep it up for any viable amount of time. The other issue is just, can you even create enough suction within a structure as big of a greenhouse to create a meaningful exchange of air? And the scrubbers are showing that that's possible. Like I said, more possible than we would have thought just a relatively short time ago.
Charcoal filtration is a pretty old concept, or old as far as modern technology is concerned. And typically what happens is if filtration is not working, you either clean the charcoal or you replace the filter, right? I mean, that's used in water filtration. It's used in all sorts of technologies involving charcoal. Isn't that correct?
Chair Park, yeah. I mean, charcoal filtration has been used. I mean, even in the field of cannabis, using it inside a smaller enclosed structure like a processing building is a known science. You just have to engineer the carbon of appropriate size and air exchange rate and change the carbon medium out soon enough. But certainly there's an economic threshold there sometime where if you're having to replace your carbon media, say once a week, and you have enough carbon media to scrub an entire greenhouse, you could end up, having a cost associated with that puts you out of business instantly. I think the challenge here was vendors needing to embrace an ability to have a carbon system that could hold up for at least several months at a time before needing changing. And that's where I think the science has become far more advanced than it does it justice to just call it carbon. There are literally dozens, if not hundreds, of different types of carbon now, and how you treat and protect that carbon, what pre-filters do you put in front of it, what moisture do you knock out, can all have dramatic effects on how well the carbon performs and how long it lasts.
Well, I'm not commenting on what specific product you ultimately buy if you get one. It's just the requirement to do it in the first place. I went back in our P&D files, or rather our Planning Commission files, and looked at the December 2, 2020 minutes and materials. And that's where the CVW project was most recently looked at. And it included a report from Byers Technology on the efficacy of the scrubbers that were tested. It had quite a bit of data, and it concluded that they did work, and that the ultimate result was a reduction of the use of vapor phase media like EcoSorb by at least 50%. And this was a study that was, of course, done by the person that sells the vapor phase system. And I'm wondering, did you think that study was inadequate? Do you have some disagreement with it, or have you even reviewed it?
Chair and Commissioner Park, it's not so much that we disagree with the findings so much as the completeness of the study. So, like I said, when it comes to carbon scrubbers, going and taking, one sample after the scrubbers have been running for a short duration of time is not enough. We don't really care so much about whether or not you can put a scrubber in there and get it to provide proper odor control for 1 week or 2 weeks. We care about whether or not it can provide proper odor control for a decade at a time. And that's, I guess, where Byers' previous findings were promising, just like what the studies that we're doing now. You have to show that you can sustain that level of odor mitigation for a long period of time. And when you know what the full life cycle cost of that is, does that actually comport with a cannabis grower's business? You can't afford to spend $500 million on changing out carbon, every 2 days in order to maintain that odor control. So I'm not saying that those findings were inaccurate. I'm just saying that they're incomplete.
So it's you're basically weighing the cost of replacing filters with the cost of using more vapor phase media. That'd be a good way to put it.
Yeah, but it's not really a matter of which one is more cost efficient than the other. It's similar to the way BACT is evaluated by an air pollution control district. You're required to use whatever is the most efficient form of air pollution control, as long as it doesn't essentially put that industry out of business economically.
So that makes sense.
Even if it's more expensive, you're then let's say carbon's more expensive than vapor phase, you're still required to use carbon even if it's more expensive, as long as it's not so expensive that it makes it a moot point for you to do business in the first place.
Are we able to evaluate that without knowing what the profit margins are on the product? I mean, we're never given that information. We're never told, we're going to make this much money with this crop, and therefore we can't afford more carbon filtration filters. You're telling me that's sort of a test we would look at to see if it's effective, but we're never given that data. We're given the cost data. We're not given the profit generation data, or the revenue generation data that determines whether it's too burdensome.
That's an excellent question.
Well, let me.
Okay.
Yeah, and I know that's not in the province of what you've been assigned. Let me talk about electrical usage. That was a major feature of your testimony at the last hearing and of my questioning on that. And I really dug into it in the meantime, because I didn't get any more data from you folks on electrical draw, or really from anybody. So I asked others. And what I learned is that what really drives the electrical usage of scrubbers is the fans, that's cubic feet per minute. And that when you're looking at a 6,000 cubic feet per minute fan, you're basically looking at 2.5 to 3 amps of power. That doesn't sound to me like so much power usage that it's not possible. I look back at CVW and they reported that they'll have 14 scrubbers. 14 scrubbers at 3 amps is, I have that much power going to my barn. I have a dog show hair dryers for dogs that'll trip a 15 amp circuit and have to use 20 amps. So it doesn't sound to me like the power usage is such a major problem. If you had 20 scrubbers at 3 amps a piece, you're 60 amps. I think they're a 480 volt system. That's about 30,000 watts. My own home solar generates 12 kilowatts. So I'm not understanding why we have a power usage issue here that means you can't have scrubbers. And that was kind of the assertion last time we had a hearing. Could you comment on that, please?
So, Chair and Commissioner Park, this is why we prefer to get into further iterations of testing, because it's hard for me to even speculate how many scrubbers we're talking about. And for instance, the two vendors that we're looking at have almost a 50% difference in CFM rate and likely a similar difference in power consumption. So, and we don't know which vendor is going to prevail at this point, or whether or not they'll both perform similarly, and basically we'll be able to create both backed and a competitive market. But it's possible that you could need something like the scale of 10 to 15 scrubbers per acre. And so when you multiply that by how many acres you happen to grow, even if it's a small number of scrubbers, a small amount of power per scrubbers, it could still cumulatively add up to a lot.
How many acres in this grow?
Sorry,
how many acres is this grow? I try to like to compare it to CVW. How many acres are in this grow?
Autumn Brand specifically, I want to say is 14. Might not be right on that, but maybe Carolyn can look that up and let us know.
It's through the chair, it's 8.92 acres.
Okay. I'm asking these questions because this was a major point in your presentations last hearing, that there just wouldn't be the power available to look at carbon scrubbers. And I'm not seeing it. And I want to know, is it still a big issue or not? Because if it is, it's going to be something we have to look into. If it's not, then we move on to other issues.
So, Chair and Commissioner Park, I think the first issue of priority is, do the scrubbers even work? So, and that is what we're still establishing. So it's a moot point about how much they cost or how much electricity they consume if they can't even rival the existing systems for their rate of odor mitigation. So when we pass that first bar, then we'll look at more practical concerns. Really, the point I was trying to make 2 weeks ago was that if you are close to maxed out at power and you have to choose between one of these two methods of odor control, we're not prepared yet to tell somebody to shut down their vapor phase system for all or part of the day in favor of scrubbers if we have too little data to show that the scrubbers can even improve the situation. That won't be the same instance everywhere, and there may be some instances where you can rotate between the two. Say vapor phase works during the day, the scrubbers run at night, and you can reallocate that power, but it wouldn't be enough. A buyer's vapor unit is very power hungry. If you were to shut it down and reallocate that equivalent electricity to scrubbers, you can probably operate somewhere between 10 and 15 of these scrubbers for one vapor phase unit. But whether or not that's enough power to run enough scrubbers to actually, be standalone odor technology remains to be seen.
Well, I don't have the luxury that you folks have, and that we get one shot, we get a hearing, and everybody complains if we continue it, okay? And so we kind of have to look at a snapshot in time and look at all the potential considerations into the future and see if it works or not. And so I do have to kind of look at the issue of, well, is there power when you say, well, if it's determined that it works, then there may be a power issue. Well, you don't want to come in front of us 2 weeks from now and 2 weeks later and 2 weeks later and 2 weeks later, even if we all wanted to have that fun together. So I am curious about this stuff. And what I asked last time, and I still don't know yet, is from you folks. Well, what power service do you have? What's your power service in amperage, and what's the amperage that's used by that buyer system, so we can compare it. This is my only shot at it. And yes, I know there's some variations in system and so on and so forth, but certainly there are ranges where we have some idea of what these things do. I mean, I didn't make the argument. You guys made the argument, so I want the data that backs it up so I can believe the argument or not. And I'm kind of not getting that information. So I'd like either to have the information or have you say, don't worry about it. It's not a problem.
So, Chair and Commissioner Park, if you're asking how much electrical service do we have and how many scrubbers you can run off of it, I'm not prepared to answer that today. And I think it's a moot point where I'm not willing to say that there's any scrubbers available on the commercial market that are proven odor control technology for a greenhouse. We're not there yet. And when we have a product there, I'll be able to evaluate what the electrical demand is.
Well, I have 45 years of framing questions, and my question was, what is your power service right now, which has nothing to do with scrubbers? It's what's the service at this site, and what's the power demand for the buyer system that's there right now?
Okay.
I mean, somebody knows that information.
Certainly. So how about if we can trail that question, I can refer back to Hans and some of those that actually operate the farm, and we can get those answers.
Thanks. I have no further questions this time. Thanks a lot, Mr. Eady.
Okay, thank you. All right. Just make sure. Commissioner Bradley.
Sorry. One thing that struck me as very successful with the CVW case was the element in the odor abatement plan that required neighborhood outreach. And because I just spent quite a bit of time with some of the neighbors related to Autumn Brand, and I've already expressed, in general terms, that there's this concern about how odor is there in that neighborhood, and maybe it's not Autumn Brand, but maybe it is sometimes Autumn Brand, and everyone's sort of struggling with how to try to manage that. So my question is, in the odor abatement plan, I'm not seeing anything that talks about some sort of a neighborhood outreach standard, or year-long, half a year, every year have an open house for neighbors or a contact person. So whether it's probably not Mr. Eady, but maybe it's somebody else, they can direct me to that. How is the operator planning on doing that? I think we've had a lot of testimony that supports Autumn Brands and their transparency and, all their good neighborhood and community intent. My question is, if this permit's approved, how is the operator going to continue that? And where might that be memorialized in the material? I may have missed it, honestly. So thank you for whoever can answer
that. Through the chair, if I may answer or address that question. So the applicant team already has conducted quite a bit of outreach with the community. But a formalized program like you're talking about is not currently in the OAP. But the owner-operators are in discussions with the Coalition for Responsible Cannabis right now to formalize an outreach and neighborhood kind of communication program. If you want to hear, that agreement has not been formalized or adopted yet, but it's in the works. And we have Aaron Weber to talk more about that if you have more questions about that. But it's something we're actively pursuing.
Okay, so that's really good to hear. And, the feedback that I got from some of the neighbors that are, one of them was in tears when I left the meeting. It was kind of difficult because she's going to have to move. And it was that they were complimentary to Autumn Brands for being very open book about it. In fact, I think they suggested that several of them called Nathan Eady directly, and Nathan is actually Autumn Brands consultant. So I think that they've been very good about that. I guess I don't want to make another condition or anything, but somehow if in these odor abatement plans, the industry, and I know you've got other people on your team that are representing other people too, can include some sort of a neighborhood component, because everybody's heard me talk about this before. There's this concern in the neighborhoods about when they call the county, it goes into like an ivory tower. We don't know where it is, And yes, I appreciate Ms. Lair's explanation today that permit compliance, P&D permit compliance is going to be the team on deck once things are approved. But it's better if people work it out in the neighborhood. So I don't know. I mean, I know you've done it before, but once the permit's approved, you can say, no, we don't have to. So that's an interesting addition to an OAP, if there's any way we can work that in.
Commissioner Bridley, I have kind of a question on that to you, actually. So over time, we have heard that the CEO's office is involved in the issuing of the business license, and that's on an annual basis. So what we've been told a few times is that, yes, we grant the land use or the conditional use permit, but if there are all of these complaints, we've heard from their office that they will take action and that they could actually hold the license, out from the operation. So, what do you think about that?
How does it work?
We want to add more and more controls that don't seem to satisfy, and so isn't that on the CEO's office at some point?
Yeah, but that's kind of like saying, make the CEO, make the operators be good neighbors. If the operators just put that in their odor control plan as a component, there's scientific analysis, there's implementation of BAC, there's all that stuff. And then there's a reporting to community or a person that's actually available to contact on the part of the neighborhood. That might make the OAPs a little bit stronger. What I've expressed before, and I'm just mirroring what I'm hearing in the community, is there's a hopelessness in terms of how do the complaints get dealt with. And it's because it's an amorphous problem, and where the smell comes from is difficult to track. And the method of how we're going to manage them is like we're making it up as we go now. I appreciate Ms. Lair's citation of condition 11. I think that's a really strong condition. But I think that so much of this, and this is why CVW impressed me, and I supported that, was that the operator said, we actually have a sort of an outreach program to the neighborhood. So I think it needs to belong outreach to neighbor as opposed to relying on CEO's office and business license renewal. If that answers your question. I probably went off topic. Sorry.
Aren't we all? Commissioner Park.
Yeah, my name is not Commissioner Bridley, but I want to answer your question as well. And then I want to ask something of Ms. Groves. We're asked to give land use permits that last forever. And so we have to have a different time perspective than just merely referring to, well, the CEO will take care of this in the business license process. Who even knows what that process will be 2 years from now? But these permits will last forever. And we have a public that has, through their experience, come to be somewhat skeptical of the business license process as being the sole way to regulate the concerns that they have about odor. So that's an answer to your question. I think that Commissioner Bridley's inquiry about this kind of complaint and response system is totally appropriate. And it's exactly what I was referring to earlier when I asked staff if there was any kind of provision in this OAP that matches what was Section 8 in the CVW OAP that Commissioner Cooney called the gold standard, and matches the slightly revised condition, the same thing, which was in the CCA OAP through no accident. It's because I asked that it be there, and which Commissioner Bridley called the platinum standard. So now we are told by Ms. Groves that there are negotiations underway, and that Ms. Weber can speak to that. And she's absolutely right, because Ms. Weber has told me about that, and I've asked her to speak to that. So that's my question. Will Ms. Weber, at some appropriate point, whether in your rebuttal or the current applicant presentation, talk about that? Because that deals squarely with this issue of, do we need to insert a condition that's basically like the Section 8 of the OAP for CVW? Or are you about to arrive at an even better solution, which maybe you are, in this negotiation with the coalition? We need a report on that, because I want to address it one way or the other. And so you guys need to tell me when Ms. Weber can speak to this. Thank you.
Okay, Director Plowman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make a few remarks about, I know this is a very challenging issue, but I do think it's important to recognize that the business license process is an important part of this process. The Planning Commission, well, first staff, and then the Planning Commission on Appeal addresses CDPs and LUPs. And Commissioner Park is correct that those permits are, they run with the land, right? But I don't want to minimize the importance of the annual business license renewal. It's an important step, and there is a section of that article, I'm going to get it wrong, chapter 50.
That's right.
Chapter 50, I got it right. That includes verification that they don't have odor problems associated with that property. So I'm not saying that you shouldn't do your due diligence with each permit, but I don't want to minimize that, because it is an important step, and it was anticipated to be a secondary opportunity for the county to, I shouldn't say secondary as in terms of importance, but a second opportunity for us to assess it every year, unlike the land use permit or the CDP.
Well stated.
Okay, Ms. Weber.
Commissioner Park, sorry. Commissioner Park, through the chair, I'd be happy to speak to the status of our negotiations with the Coalition for Responsible Cannabis. So as you alluded to, Autumn Brands is part of Carp Growers. Carp Growers as an association has been in ongoing discussions with the coalition, including the counsel for that group, which is Mark Shatillo. We've been meeting since September. We've had over a dozen meetings. We actually would suggest that this is a more expansive agreement than even CVW, because our intention is to include all of the Carp Growers farms as part of this agreement between the Carp Growers Association and the Coalition for Responsible Cannabis. So we have several objectives in this agreement. I think first and foremost is transparency between the residents and the industry. We certainly want to provide a pathway for residents to resolve complaints directly with the growers. The whole concept here is to empower residents to track resolution of odor episodes directly with us. Very similar to the CVW project, we are looking at a tiered response program that includes some corrective actions, The whole concept is to hold growers accountable for controlling the odors. We also have some language in there about best available control technologies. So we are really excited to have this opportunity to continue to work with the coalition. We do foresee that this agreement is pending and very close to resolution, and our intention is to certainly have this enhanced OAP program adopted as part of this land use permit at a later date. So happy to answer any further specific questions on that.
Commissioner Blau.
I don't have questions. I just am a little bit concerned that this is item 1. You got 4 more items to go for the day. Do we need to get public testimony and get a conclusion here pretty quickly? Just a thought.
Okay. Commissioner Park.
I hear you, Mr. Blau. And I don't want to ask Ms. Weber to divulge the details of the negotiations. I think that would be unfair. But I really appreciate your transparency here in telling us about it. And I think it's exciting news that this would be done as sort of a industry-wide negotiation instead of, grower by grower, because you're talking about 20-some growers, aren't you? I think you are. And so I do really appreciate it. But I'll ask you a question that mirrors the one I asked of Ms. Reedy. How far off is this resolution of this negotiation, and why hasn't it occurred by now? I mean, I would think if I was the coalition, I would have said, I think I better settle this before this thing goes to hearing. But I don't know. Can you tell us about the time horizon here?
Sure. Commissioner Park, through the chair, we certainly have been meeting several different times with the coalition. This is a really urgent issue for us. We want to be responsive to the community and, again, provide a pathway for them to work directly with the industry. The reason this has taken quite a bit of time, as you can imagine, is because Carp Growers has a lot of members. We have a lot of different operators. We have a lot of different farms. We're also trying to create an agreement that is really going to work and genuinely be something that's a sustainable program that benefits not only the community, but also the growers. So we are approaching this with a lot of intentionality, and we are working with a variety of stakeholders and operators as part of these negotiations, which is part of the reason it has taken a little bit longer, because, again, I think we're taking a bigger, more impactful approach and attempting to loop in so many different farms as part of this negotiation. And I do think that we will have this wrapped up within the month, if not much sooner.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, let's move to public comment. Ms. Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have Ana Carrillo.
Okay, and I'll just add in, if the public could limit their comments to 3 minutes, we'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Ana Carrillo, and I'm assuming you can hear me correctly. This has all been very interesting. I do want to make one comment or a comment about, the permitted property right next door to Autumn Brands is going through the business license right now. And there are lots of odor complaints. So I'm just saying, they're going through the business license, and I don't know how that's occurring. I haven't talked to Brittany Heaton for probably a good month. Also, the neighborhood complaints from when Laura Bridley came, we don't know where it's coming from. It goes into La Mirada. It runs up, the winds blow it up the hill, and it sits there. So you have at least 5 grows that are sitting in what I've now nicknamed the Nidover rectangle, that has, 5 different grows, 2 more possibilities, and it's all blowing up. to the hill and then, settles. So I'm glad to see, this is another point. I'm glad to see changes in the supplemental. It was interesting to hear, about, all the carbon scrubbers, the possibilities. Let's see, I'm sorry. There is nothing special. Oh, the electricity part is very interesting, hearing more, about that. Maybe the project should be scaled back. I think there should be solar that should be inserted, and they have a lot more land than is in the project. Using the buyer's pipes around the perimeter of the two operations, inches below the open vents, is, possibly not working. I've already said, okay, I'm sorry. The density in this area is way too much. Currently, there are almost 30 acres in cultivation with 80 state cultivation license and 4 processing license. So this whole group of growers need to work together. So I'm very glad to hear what Aaron Weber, is saying about working with the coalition and getting the whole carp growers. And then it would be required for growers who don't belong to carp growers to add, this language also. And then I'm glad someone brought up about, the number of complaints, because it was never revealed at the previous, meeting. And then the concern is that at a late December 2020 Board of Supervisors meeting, Director Plowman, Supervisor Hartman, County Council Gazzoni said it's impossible to tell where the odor is coming from. So we as neighbors are dealing with that. We don't know who to complain. So even with the 1,000-foot notification, they don't know who to complain to. So I'm glad to hear some of your questions, being asked. And I do have a little concern with the traffic. I followed a panel truck the other day on Foothill. It's very narrow. There's no bike lanes on the right-hand side. He wasn't even in his lane. He was over the yellow line, just driving there on, Foothill Road. So when they're saying that in eventuality, there'll be 150 employees and only having 4 parking spaces for vans, I think they need an upgraded transportation plan.
Okay, Ms. Carrillo, you are over time. I do have a question of you, if you would, please.
Yes.
Have you contacted the CEO's office and lodged complaints?
Well, I haven't I wrote to Brittany Heaton beginning of March to ask her about the permitted property next door to them, the 3561 Foothill, to say, has his business license been renewed? Because I've complained about it. I haven't made my odor complaints to her. I've just told her about that. She wrote me back. I mean, we had a phone conversation because I talked to her about the lack of transparency on the business license site. That all it says, it doesn't tell you when they got their business license. When I looked last, it was updated October 2020, and there were 3 applicants on it, even though I know there have been changes to the, ordinance 50 or, the business license, because there was CVW was on there that they had asked for the business license, and one G&K and one other that have gotten their business license, but there's no date of when they got it and when it would be renewed. So we talked about, that. She did write me a couple of weeks later, which maybe now was the middle of March, that they were still reviewing it. And then I haven't had time to contact her again. And G&K is coming up next week for their warehouse appeal. So that's what I can tell you.
Got it. I think what we'll do, Ms. Carrillo, is we'll try to invite the CEO's office into to one of the next hearings and
thank you.
Get a little more information out to the public. Thank you, Ms. Carrillo. Ms. Graham, may we have the next speaker, please?
Diana Langley.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. My name is Diana Starr Langley. I am an owner and operator at Greenrush Alliances, which is a cannabis manufacturing license in Goleta, California. We have long-term relationship and friendship with Hans and Autumn and their families. They have definitely created a model company in the cannabis industry, and we see a lot of them. They've been modeled regarding compliance, their intent to be best neighbors, they're creating quality products, and obviously their community involvement. We work with Autumn Brands on a few products, and I can attest to their commitment to quality and to very strict legal compliance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jason Rodriguez.
Sorry, I was muted. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Terrific. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Commission and staff. My name is Jason Rodriguez. In my previous life, I was in law enforcement, and now my wife and I own the Food Liaison in Carpinteria. Amongst some other things here in CARP, I'm vice chair of our architectural review board. We're local homeowners. Our daughter attends school here in Carpinteria, which I am. Sorry, I'm also at work at the moment, which I am treasurer of that board of directors. Anyways, all this to say that we find Carpinteria the most perfect place to work, live, and raise a family. Our restaurant and catering company, the Food Liaison, has been in operation in Carpinteria since 2013. And from the very beginning, Hans Brand made it a point to patronize and support our endeavors. Hans knows firsthand the work required to make a thriving business, and he freely shares that knowledge with all smart enough to listen. I've always admired Hans and the work he does at Autumn Brands, along with his steadfast commitment to our community. But when COVID hit and all the local restaurants were forced to shut down, Hans did what he does best. He rallied his family, his friends, business and club associates, neighbors, and developed the 93013 Fund. This fund contracted with local restaurants to create a sub-program of the fund called Keep the Lights On to provide daily lunches for farm staff, the elderly, and our shut-in population. This campaign absolutely saved our dining establishments from closing their doors and helped to feed the most fragile of populations. This is only one example of how incredible Hans is, but both in business community and philanthropic world. I would also like to speak on odor and firsthand experience of being at the farm during deliveries for the Keep the Lights On program over this last year. It's been, in the past, the odors were very strong throughout the entire valley. As responsible producers such as Autumn Brands have made it their mission to abate odor, for example, with the creation of associations such as Carp Growers, where producers cannot become a member without meeting a requirement of having and operating an effective and safe odor abatement system. With that, odors in Carpinteria have been significantly reduced. I say all this to say that the odor problem in CARP has gotten better. And as President Obama has said, better is good. Lastly, in closing, Autumn Brands has helped to make odor better in CARP, and they will only continue to do so. Hans Brand is a man to be trusted and honored, and is a treasure for our community. I am in favor of this project. Those are my comments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Leanne Anderson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Thank you for taking the time to hear our feedback. I too live in Carpinteria. I'm a business owner and I'm raising 2 young boys in this community too. I fully support Autumn Brands and their commitment to stellar business practices and our precious community. You can clearly see that the majority of the community supports Autumn Brands. I think the last I looked, we had over 75 letters in support of this project before the first hearing, and more, following this. I have seen the major investments that they've made, not only to the community, but also to being proactive on any, looking at the advance of science to find out what compound is causing these odors, looking at what different odor abatement systems there are, and always developing new and more effective technologies. They truly are good leaders and good stewards of our community. Their mission has always been and continues to be around transparency with neighbors. I myself have had the honor and privilege of being at the farm a number of times. And I know they have invited many of their neighbors as well, and truly do have an open door policy. They've also been a driving force of philanthropic giving, especially this year when the community has really needed it the most. The majority of the constituents in this local community clearly want to see the commission vote to approve this project. And I hope this happens today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robin Carlson.
Hi, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in favor of Autumn Brands. I'm a photojournalist for the Carpinteria Coastal View newspaper, and I live in Carpinteria. I urge you to please stand strong and in this debate regarding cannabis farming. Hans Brand is a responsible, dependable, and 100% certified organic cannabis farmer. Don't allow fears of cannabis farming to override a sensible policy. Do not provide incentive for cannabis farmers to leave Carpinteria, as their revenues are vital to our community in this county. Cannabis taxes are essential to county operations and the success of this industry. It's extremely important to Santa Barbara County. So many farmers in our valley have had to turn to the next flower in the agriculture industry, and Autumn Brands is no different. And they are respectable, responsible cannabis farmers. I was listening during the last hearing about how Hans met with neighbors to understand their concerns and find solutions that work for both parties in solving issues they were concerned about. He's an honest man, and it's clear he wants to follow the guidelines and has taken the necessary steps to make sure the odor is controlled by the specifications required. Hans has responsibly done what he needs to do, and it's not fair to pin all the odor on Autumn Brands. So that should tell you what kind of a man Hans is. He's a law-abiding grower, and following the guidelines is his goal. I urge you to please approve the Autumn Brands Cannabis Project. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have Lorraine McIntyre, followed by Tina.
Good morning, everyone. This is Lorraine McIntyre. I introduced myself on the April 7th meeting as being someone who is affiliated through Rotary with both Johans and Hannah Brand. And I've worked shoulder to shoulder with them on many community projects. And there's no doubt in anyone's mind that they're upstanding citizens and they care about our community. We need to stop kicking this down the road, and we need to approve this permit. Many of us in Carpinteria will be relieved when Autumn Brands is granted their permit, because they are a trendsetter and they will set the standard for other cannabis growers to follow. It's interesting to hear about the investment in technology, the money that's being invested without a permit. And there's a lot of risk associated with that. And the Autumn Brands team have demonstrated that they're not going to leave their commitment to our community. And they've been investing all along in spite of not having confidence about their future endeavors here. So please approve their permit and let's move on and try to improve the neighborhood and let them demonstrate what they can do for the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hi, Tina. We can hear
Yeah.
you.
Hi. Okay. Thank you again for the opportunity to express my support for Autumn Brands. As their closest neighbor and the longest resident living here, I can't express enough the gratitude we have for their neighborhood relations. Our family moved up here 45 years ago, and we were one of the few homes living among and around ag production. Many more homes have been built in those 45 years. However, luckily, the ag zoning has remained. Ag is a dirty and beautiful business. The dirty is the pesticides, equipment, and traffic, but the beautiful is the growing of living things, jobs, preservation of true ag land. Cannabis is simply another crop with its own set of blessings and challenges. I do not speak for the nearly 45 plus residents in La Mirada. However, do know that all of my immediate neighbors have gratefully welcomed this cleaner, more environmentally friendly plant into our valley. 4 years ago, we were warned that cannabis would bring crime, property devaluation, traffic, and some pretty ugly negative impacts. However, according to our South Coast Chamber of Commerce and UCSB Economic Impact Report, not only have none of these impacts come to fruition, they have actually trended in the opposite direction. Good luck trying to buy a home in our neighborhood. Values have increased by over 36% in the past 2 years. Most homes that do sell have either been pocket listings or induced a bidding war. Ag didn't move into our neighborhood. We moved into its. We are all aware of the ag odors, be it the horses at the polo fields, FFA's small farm down by Arroyo Paradon Bridge, or the ginormous open grow organic farm that amends its soil with some pretty poopy smelling fertilizers. All part of the opportunity costs when you move into ag neighborhoods. I'm not ignoring or dismissing the personal annoyance some have towards the cannabis odor. However, I do feel in order for our community to keep ag lands vital in our valley, we need to work together to encourage and support solutions. And this starts with supporting stellar, conscientious, neighborhood and community-focused farms like Autumn Brands. By supporting the great farmers, we, and I'm referring to our local governing bodies, can leverage off their best practices and use their watermark for excellence to set standards for others. I ask that you do the right thing. Please help preserve our ag lands. Please support pesticide-free farming. Please support water-wise cultivation. Please support living wage jobs. Please support.
Thank you, Ms. Runtano. Time's up. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have Peter to be followed by Paul.
Good morning, Chair Farini, commissioners, staff. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Peter Dugray, and I'm speaking on behalf of CARP Growers. That's big letters CARP for Cannabis Association for Responsible Producers. I want to take a moment and point out that you've seen the vast support that this project has, and also that, you know, it's not usual for supporters to always come out during daytime meetings. So I think that speaks to how ardent they are, their support for Autumn Brands. I'll be brief. Autumn Brands is a founding member in good standing of our farmers group of 13 members. And Autumn was just appointed president of the association for our 4th year. And I heard earlier talking about gold standards and platinum standards. Let's call Autumn Brands the diamond standard. She was entrusted as the leader by a group of her peers, responsible farmers, to be the leader and a model farmer for this group. This farm has been a model when it comes to community involvement. They roll up their sleeves, especially Hans and Autumn. Hans was the architect of the 93013 fund, started way back in March in 2020, brought in over $200,000, served over 40,000 meals. It was really a lot of hard work, and it was more about bringing the community together than it was for cannabis farmers investing in the community. From a planning perspective, operations at this farm have largely gone unchanged for over 50 years. They changed plants about 5 years ago, and with that, they opened the door for stricter regulations through the county cannabis ordinance. And the permitting process is tough, as we see through this hearing being a redo of a hearing from earlier this month. But I believe, and I think cannabis farmers all believe, that the greenhouse farming belt in Carpinteria Valley is getting even better. And the viable ag industry has led to this reinvestment and overall improvement for this area of the county in Carpinteria Valley. The county's cannabis ordinance just invites close oversight on all operations as opposed to other ag in the county. So along with changing the plants at Autumn Brands, they brought in the next generation of family farmers in Johnny and Hannah Brand, Hans's children. So we look at the big picture of our area. So, and keeping an established family farm, allowing to continue operations, it's the absolute best case scenario for preserving ag land and the rural character of Carp Valley. So we encourage permitting this cannabis farm as a model operator, allowing it to show other operators what it means to be a responsible cannabis farmer, and really a farm that Santa Barbara County will be proud to call its own. So thank you for your time and consideration, and we fully support the project. Thank you.
Paul Douglas, did you want to speak on this item? I'd also like to check in with the phone number that ends in 2337. Oh, here we go. And Mr. Chair, we also have Mark Shatillo that would like to make a few public comments as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I'm Mark Shatillo. I'm speaking to you today on behalf of the Santa Barbara Coalition for Responsible Cannabis. I do want to confirm that the existence of extensive negotiations that the coalition has undertaken with the Carp Growers organization to expand solutions for our larger community, both residents and operators. And as an aside, I'll note that we've invested considerable resources into this long-running effort. I want to note as part of that, the first item that I think the commission teed in on, which is the control and monitoring technology and how much this is really in flux. Today's discussion is principally focused on control technologies, and these are, in our view, very significant and positive accomplishments. We recognize that the industry doesn't have the certainty with respect to these technologies to be able to make a commitment at this point, and that's complicated, frankly, our discussions and our moment that we're at right now as we try to address this into our solutions, but also as your commission has to grapple with dealing with a permit decision that's before you. As noted by Commissioner Park, you're at a point in time, and this is your one shot. And it's our expectation, as discussed by some of the other commenters and the applicant's team, that there will be revisions that will be brought forward which will address all the standards that we've come to expect for an adequate odor abatement plan. We don't have that now, and in some ways you have to make a decision based on what's before you. I want to point to the issue of enforceability, because I think that also is an underlying issue to the community's discomfort with this whole program and the way it's moving forward. The key question is, what is the point of compliance? And while the ordinance itself says that it's in residentially zoned areas at the director's determination, the EIR actually identified and was certified with a mitigation measure, which said that odors are generally confined within the cannabis activity site property. So in our view, while the ordinance itself may have a different focus, the mitigation measure that was certified by the board focuses on a property line standard. And the comments by staffer Lear in describing to your commission what happens when there is an enforcement complaint is the first step is to go to the property line and to see if there are odors. This is particularly important in circumstances where you have multiple sources that are near each other. And so this is an ongoing problem that we have. This is an issue that's we are in conversation about, but it's one that I think your commission needs to recognize creates a significant problem as we look forward. And finally, I will comment on the language that's been proposed today. I did have a chance to look at it, and I think our understanding, it's not a condition language, but this is as part of the project description, and it seems like it can only help. It isn't a complete solution, but given our point in time, it's one that does advance the overall process. Thank you for consideration of our comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chatilla.
And Mr. Chair, we have no more requests to speak for this item.
I have a question for Mr. Chitillo.
Sure. Go ahead, Commissioner Park.
Mr. Chitillo, you are, of course, familiar with Section 8 of the OAP for CVW in the equivalent section with similar language in the CCA approval because you helped write those, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Do you see the equivalent provision in the OAP for the project in front of us today? I don't. I want to know if you see it.
I do not.
Okay. Imagine you were a planning commissioner. Are we better off with inserting those provisions in this project today or waiting for what the coalition and carp growers comes up with, which we are assured is going to happen in less than a month? Because that may be state of the art. It may be better than what we've seen in CCA and CVW, or maybe not. I don't want to have nothing. I want something. I want the best. Help me out.
I wish I had an easy answer for all of that. One of the difficulties, it's a side issue, but one of the difficulties that we face as we look at this question is how would we integrate a revised odor plan that will have the elements that you point out are missing now into a future odor plan. And the process through that the planning department will follow has not been clearly established. Any clarity and direction on that would actually be very helpful as we try to puzzle this out. Because as you look at what you have now, I can only ask, all you can do is act on what's before you now. It's our intention to see that there is a robust and comprehensive odor abatement plan as part of the final approval of this project. Your planning commission is just one step in this process. And how and where that amended odor plan would be integrated into the final approval for this project remains to be seen, and it depends in part upon your actions. But you're not the last stop in this process. So I think you have to use your best judgment as to how you, as a group, want to view this. I think your clear statement of intentions is helpful in that it guides and supports our discussions, and also maybe will provide some assurances to the community that we are all really working very hard to try and get the right solution at the end of the day. These are tough issues. Things keep changing, but as long as there is a unified commitment from the community, from the industry, and from the county to get this right, we're going to get there. It's just bumpy to get. It's bumpy mid-course, and we are still mid-course.
Thank you.
Okay, back to the applicant. About a less than 5-minute rebuttal, if you wish.
Sure. Sorry, I had to deal with a little noisy there. So yes, through the chair, we're very grateful for all the people who came out in support of our project. And, as Mr. Chatilla already stated, we're excited to get this agreement worked out. We're excited to have greater transparency between the operators and the public and the community. And, we're just, as we've stated before, we're open to addressing any and all commissioner concerns. And I'll, just conclude with that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wilson?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, before you go into deliberation, if I'd like to just provide a summary. So whenever, Chair, you'd like to move into that direction, I'd like to respond to the applicant's presentation and provide some summary before we move further, if that's appropriate for you, Chair.
Oh, okay, Mr. Wilson, so staff would be next for comment and follow up. So I think it would be appropriate for you to go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I just want to try to bring us back to center. We've heard a lot of information. The Planning Commission's had a lot of information from the applicant input and from public testimony. So I just want to take a step back and pause for a second on how we got to where we are today. I wasn't at the last hearing. My understanding is that the item was continued to today with direction to staff to come back with additional language to be incorporated in the order abatement plan and the project description, which staff did and presented today in a memo format. Subsequently, the applicant today presented information that was not provided to staff ahead of the hearing. And so we've been trying to look at that information through the hearing. I have concerns about the revised language that was presented to the Planning Commission today. Starting with their slide number 1, they actually have added additional language than what was presented in the memo that was provided by staff. And they actually pull information from condition number 11. And so my concern is that we are beginning to kind of commingle all different issues with this project description. So my recommendation is we go with what was presented at the last hearing and the way that it's presented to staff in the staff memo, and continue to enhance and commingle different aspects of the project and conditions of approval. Moving to the slide number 4, which is added language to the condition number 11. In reviewing it, I have some concerns. We have not reviewed this added language. And in looking at this language, we actually think it weakens the condition and not enhances it, as it defers the emphasis away from implementing best available control technology to more into monitoring. And I think the direction that we would like to go is actually have these conditions align with what's in the conditions of approval or in the ordinance, and not have it deflected to monitoring. So we actually recommend against incorporating that language or changing condition number 11. However, if the commission likes that language, then my recommendation is that language is actually added into the odor abatement plan and or the project description, and not changed into condition number 11. So that would be my recommendation, is that we don't change condition number 11 and we move it into a project description. If the commission wants the monitoring and that enhanced odor abatement plan, I think that's the most appropriate place to have that language. What's before the commission day is, of course, the full project. And I think one thing that I leave to the commission's deliberation is what Commissioner Park is talking about, is what was incorporated or added into the CVW and prior projects, and whether or not there would be direction to the applicant for revising or amending their odor abatement plan to enhance it to include those things. I'll leave that to the commission for deliberations. So that's kind of the high level overview is what the commission is looking at as far, and our staff's recommendation in regards to what was presented today. And if Mr. Seawards or Ms. Lear would like to add to any of that information, then I'd like to give them the opportunity to as well. I think Director Plowman's monitoring it as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Okay, and Ms. Lear, I don't see your hand up, so I think that means staff is done, right? You're good. Yeah, okay.
Staff has no other comments. Thank you, Commissioner Farini.
Thank you, Mr. Seward. Ms. Groves.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to quickly clarify that language on the fourth slide of our presentation, that we did not show that up on the screen this morning, because that was basically just kind of a backup language that it's preliminary, that we've been developing with the coalition. And we had it just in case, there was something additional that the commissioners wanted. But as of right now, we're not officially proposing that language on slide 4. We're only proposing the language on slide 1. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll close public testimony, and now we'll move on to deliberations of the commission. Mr. Cooney, Commissioner Cooney, it is your district, and I was hoping you could start us off, please.
You muted, Mike.
Mr. Chair, thank you for the privilege of giving preliminary remarks. As always, I am very interested in and dependent on comments from my fellow commissioners, particularly in this case. This is not only a first district item, but it's an area of the county in which I'm personally close. I care about the community. I have been in the community numerous times, even recently, where the odor from cannabis operations has been very significant, and it does in fact alter one's enjoyment of the life in Carpinteria. There's much to appreciate about it, but this is a downside where it exists, and I'm determined to make it better to the extent the Planning Commission can influence that in terms of the future. A couple of remarks. I thought Mr. Wilson's concerns were valid. I felt the same way. I do think the applicant's trying very hard to get an approval of its application today, and as a result of that, produce what I think on balance is an improvement to the best available control technologies language, asking us to approve language here that hasn't been presented or considered by staff, and that makes it very difficult for us to accept it, even if it is an improvement. The other points I'll try and make briefly. One is I don't believe this commission does, take into account the issue raised that these operators are anything other than ideal in terms of their citizenship, their contribution to the community, all of the things they've done for Carpinteria in all of the time that they have been agriculturalists there is not questioned. In fact, it's very difficult in spite of that to look at the merits of the project and separate the personal feelings that we understand the community has. Nonetheless, it's our requirement, our duty to decide these projects one by one on the basis of whether they're complying with the county regulations. And my concern here is blended with what I accept from all of the public comment in writing and today, that we don't have an effective enforcement operation. We can't even detect where the odor is coming from, much less how great it is, whether it should be subject of enforcement. And it's very difficult for that to occur. So I asked for a continuance of this hearing from April 7th so we could look at the odor abatement plan as modified. I think it was the third version, at least it's stated to be the third version of the odor abatement plan. I think we've had a chance to look at that. And I do think it's moving generally in the right direction, but I personally have concerns that we're in a position to approve this project and this odor abatement plan today. So with that, I'd like to hear from everybody else.
Commissioner Park.
This is a really interesting case, and it's what I like about it, and what I like about all the people that are involved in it. Every single person is that you've made it very thought provoking. You've helped me understand these issues better. Big picture. I had a conversation with a client who's a real estate broker in Los Angeles, commercial broker, office buildings. This is a client of my sheep rental business, not of my law practice. And he explained to me how difficult it is to do any deals, that there are no deals going on in office buildings in the Los Angeles area, except for how tenants are leaving. And there's this great diaspora occurring of people that are leaving Los Angeles to more remote communities, and they'll work from home. And that's an important thing to consider in Carpinteria, because Ms. Frontato, I think it was her, one of the speakers mentioned how prices had gone up 36% in the last year or so. I'm convinced if you eradicated every cannabis project, you would be able to put in 15,000 more tract homes in Carpinteria, and they'd sell in a second. And that's not a future that Carpinteria wants. So I think if we look at big picture for cannabis, it's a great employer. It continues agriculture. I look more specifically here. I look at Mr. Brand, who is a totally serious person, very intelligent person, very committed to agriculture, keeping a family business going on, and he's committed to the community. I look at his children. They're even more impressive because I worked in agriculture with my cousins, and none of us stayed in agriculture. We were smarter than you, Mr. Farini, because it looked like a life of slavery. And, if you're in cut flowers right now, it kind of must look like that. But the Johnny and Hannah Brands of the world are there in wanting to continue agriculture, which is wonderful for a younger generation because they see a future in this. So it's important, I think, to consider that big picture. All that being said, we have a responsibility to the community to deal with what community considers to be issues, and odor is their number one issue in Carpinteria. They've made it very, very clear. And I am convinced that we can do better than what's proposed in this project. I am convinced that we can go to the carbon scrubber combined vapor phase system that's happening at CVW. We only get one shot at this. That's what we should be seeing right now. And I am convinced without a shadow of a doubt that this project has to include the complaint and response provisions that other commissioners have referred to and that are found in Section 8 of the OAP for CVW. And you can look at the minutes of December 2, 2020, and you can find the same thing in the CCA project, which was the same day. And we have to have that in there. I probably will see something better from that CCA agreement with the coalition that looks like it's going to happen, but it's not here yet. I think we should, I would support this project if it included those provisions for charcoal scrubbers and the complaint and response provisions. I think we can't wait for that settlement to occur. If it does occur, then perhaps those, whatever is more exemplary in that settlement will replace what we did if this goes up on appeal and it's approved by the board. So I'm ready to support this, but only if I see those odor and response provisions, and only if I see the carbon scrubber provisions. I don't want to see something that says, well, we'll keep testing, and maybe someday later we'll recommend something else. That's nice to talk about data and making decisions. We don't have that luxury here. So I hope that's clear enough to you, Commissioner Cooney, on where I am.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, thank you. A little perplexed here. In the past, I have not been a proponent of any kind of a condition that you could change in the future. I'm not sure I agree with that thinking anymore. I think I'm coming around to the idea that when it comes to the odor that cannabis produces, that if there is a better technology 6 months or a year from now, that everybody that grows it should be required to use the new technology. So is that something we add to this particular project? I'm not sure. I think that really needs to be a change in the ordinance, and maybe we talk about that when we do we have a study session going forward. So I'm prepared to support the project today. I think they've done the very best they could possibly do, but I'm also kind of thinking that we need to relook at the ordinance to modify it so that we can proactively change pre-existing cannabis operations so that we could stop the odor. That's what's going to make everybody happy. And I'm coming to the conclusion now, look, cannabis is so damn profitable that it's not putting any kind of a real imposition on the growers and the producers and the processors to stop the odor. I get it, right to farm, I get it, but it's like I know when the sugar beet operation was in Montevideo, it was a miserable smell, but just don't drive there. But that was a sugar crop. It wasn't a cannabis crop. So I'm prepared to support the project. Just think we should talk to the supervisors about changing the ordinance to have better odor control countywide.
Thank you, Commissioner Bach. Commissioner Ridley.
Muted.
I didn't really want to contribute much other than to say difficult choice, and I'm probably inclined to vote in favor of it because I think they've done a lot of work, and I think this is a really good long-standing family that matters to me in terms of future trustworthiness. But I am also very much unhappy with the fact that we are a little bit rough on the edges with the compliance, not the way the system's laid out, but the reliance on it. And so all of that, I'm struggling with how to figure out a way to work that into findings so that I'm intelligent on the vote. But that's my thinking.
Very good. Well, that's kind of an opportunity for me to agree with you, Commissioner Bradley.
Well, we don't agree. Come on, we agree.
No, I think we've heard quite a bit about this project and the people that have brought it to us, and you guys all know me. That's real important. Reputation, right? They're a legacy family, and I think they truly care about their community. So this group here, I'm not worried about them evolving as technology evolves. I think they will gladly modify their project in the best interest of their community. If I look at the project overall, though, it's a very well done project. Staff has brought us a complete project, and it complies with our ordinance, and to me it's a very consistent project, and I have no problem approving it. I think what's also very heartening for me is to hear Mr. Chitillo speak that in a positive light, he feels that there's good faith negotiations going on. And Mr. Chitillo, you didn't say that exactly, but I got that feeling from you that there is cooperation with the Carpinteria Growers group. And I would think that both of these groups have a lot of invested in their reputations, that they will come to a meaningful agreement and there again, help to better that community. We can sit here and put rules and regulations and try to control this project to the end. And I just don't think it's going to happen. There will be other unintended consequences. I don't have a problem with putting in Section 8. I think everybody else has discussed that desire. And I don't have a problem leaving it out either. I will support Commissioner Cooney on this, on how he would like to proceed. So with that, Commissioner Cooney.
Well, thanks to everybody for your careful consideration. It's unlike many of our projects, which are black or white. This project has a great deal to appreciate, and we have a lot of evidence in our record to approve the project. But I don't think we can vote on the project today without correcting the fact that staff has not had the opportunity to consider what appears to be an improvement in the language of the project description. If we can put it in the project description and not necessarily affect the county's ordinance going forward, as Mr. Wilson warned, that would be one objective that I think we have to consider. And unless we can do that, I would vote to continue the project. The applicant wants us to decide today up or down, and if needed, take it to the Board of Supervisors. It's a development plan, so it may be headed there anyhow. But that's the big issue. Adding the language suggested in our prior projects would improve it and make it more durable as a project approval. Otherwise, we're basically saying we trust you going forward, and we believe that you'll deal with the traffic problems and you'll deal with the odor problems. And Mr. Eady's very sincere in saying it's a tough problem for us to solve. It might be months before we do it, but we'll do it if and when it comes. And that may not be enforceable, but I think there's good faith there. So if we can clean up the language and the consistency and get staff's approval of it, I'd be willing to support the project today.
Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney. Based on the response we got from the applicant on slide number 4, that they inadvertently added that to the presentation, didn't want to include it. If we only look at slide number 1, and maybe staff can bring that up, slide number 1 replaces the language that staff had included in the memo today. And that language, my recommendation is to Commissioner Cooney and the chair and the commissioners, if you wanted to replace the strike through underline language in the project description with this language, I think this language has redundancy in it, so it doesn't really matter to me. So just to actually get this project moving forward, if the applicant agrees to add this language to their project description in place of what was in their memo, then staff would be okay with it, and you can make a motion in that regards. So the option would be the applicant agrees to add this revised language to the project description, and then the motions would have to be basically approve the project with the revised project description as corrected today.
Ms. Groves, do you agree?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We do completely agree to exactly what Mr. Wilson said, to replace the updated language with this new language. And hopefully, yeah, that will get done today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cooney?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Having heard that change and satisfaction of staff with the substitution of the language that was considered and presented before with the language proposed today in slide number 1, I'm willing to support the project. So that would be my motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. And there you are.
So does that mean you're moving staff's recommendations with the change? Am I get that right? Because if you're doing that, I'll second it.
That is my motion, Commissioner Blau.
Thanks. And I will second it. Yeah.
Commissioner Park? Thank you, Commissioner Blau, for the second.
What's not clear to me is I have a number of commissioners who have expressed support for including the insertion of the complaint and response provisions that are in Section 8 of the OAP for CVW and equivalent in CCA. And those are the ones I will again state that Commissioner Cooney called the gold standard and Commissioner Bridley called the platinum standard. Yet this motion doesn't seem to include them. So I can't support the motion without the inclusion of those things. I think we need to do it. We've gotten there. We shouldn't be going backwards. I also want to address what I think is some lack of realistic consideration of settlement considerations. The reason you haven't seen a settlement yet between this project, or rather carp growers and coalition, is they're watching this hearing and they want to know what directions we're going. And if you provide no motivation whatsoever to the applicants to settle, and you just say you're approving it because you really like them this time, you're unfair to all the other applicants who you might not like, and you are you're really not helping settlement because you're removing any motivation for it. So I cannot support this motion as stated.
Well, if I could weigh in, I maybe I misunderstood, but I thought that the current standard conditions provided for if it was a complaint about the odor, that standard condition would provide the necessary remedy. Or did I get that wrong? Questions for staff. Probably for Mr. Pettit, probably. I don't really know who's going to tell me. Or maybe Miss Lair.
So, Mr. Chair, I don't know. Sorry, everybody was like waiting for someone else. I think council has a comment maybe, but as far as to respond to Commissioner Blau, that is correct. Staff believes that the conditions as presented to the commission today provides the enforcement monitoring necessary on this project.
Okay, so for me, I don't, as I've told you before, I don't like to, if the standard condition solves a potential future problem, I don't need to reinvent a new condition to solve the same problem. I like to have one condition that's consistent, so there's no confusion. So I'm prepared to support Commissioner Cooney's motion as it stands.
Okay, not seeing any other hands up, so we have a motion and a second, and it's time for a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Briley?
No.
Commissioner Cooney?
Aye.
Commissioner Park?
No.
Commissioner Blau?
Aye.
And Chair Farini?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Interesting.
Interesting. Okay, it's time for lunch. We'll be back
I need to eat something.
at 1:30. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just a suggestion. I think I would do it at 1:15. You got quite a bit to go for the rest of the day here.
I can't do it.
Can't do it?
Can't do it.
Okay, 1:30.
Okay, I think we're ready to reconvene here. And we'll be moving on to item 2 today. Ms. Graham, can you read that into the record, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The hearing is on the request of Orchid Rancho LLC property owner to consider the following: 17 GPA5, 16 SPP1, 16 TRM3, 16 TRM4, 16 DVP8, 17 DVP11, 16 CUP33, 16 RDM2, 20 GUV4, and 19 EIR2.
Okay, thank you. And let's see, we've got site visits and ex parte. I will just report that I have spoken with, sorry about that. I have spoken or had emails with the applicant about setting up their for today.
Nothing.
No one else?
No.
Okay. All right, so we can move on to just Commissioner Park.
I heard from the golf course's attorney.
Okay. Okay, on to staff presentation.
I'm sorry, are you doing ex partes?
Yes.
Sorry, I was muted. Long conversation with Francis Romero, long conversation with Cheryl Stevens.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Blau. All right, let's try staff presentation again.
Hello, Chair Farini and Commissioners. This is Sean Stewart, Staff Planner, speaking for the neighborhoods of Willow Creek and Hidden Canyon project. This project was last before your commission on April 7th, where it was continued to today to allow additional time for review of the project's denial findings. Those findings have been included in the staff memorandum prepared for today's hearing, along with today's action, which is that the Planning Commission recommend that the Board of Supervisors make the findings for denial of the project as specified in Attachment A of the staff memo dated April 20th, 2021. Recommend that the Board of Supervisors determine that denial of the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15270 as specified in Attachment B of the staff memorandum for today's hearing, and recommend that the Board of Supervisors deny the project. That concludes staff's presentation for today, and available for any questions if needed.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Okay, any questions of the commission? No hands. Okay, we'll go on to Ms. Romero, I believe would like to speak.
Well, thank you, Chair Farini. And if staff could just put up a couple of slides that I have so I don't have to read everything, I think that would be probably the quickest way to move. I know you've had a very long day already. We appreciate the planning and development staff's efforts to follow your direction to produce findings for denial based on the draft offered by the golf course attorney at our last meeting. However, the same questions that I had at the April 7th hearing at 4:45 p.m. regarding the content of the findings still remain. I request that you consider our questions and concerns as part of your review and deliberation. Next slide. As I said, I don't want to read to you. However, I do want to draw your attention to a couple of the Orchid Community Plan policies that have been cited in the findings for denial. And I've highlighted the text that is of concern to us. And certainly I've not included the full text of each of the findings. You already have those in your staff report. Our issues are with the term low profile And we want to know how this is defined. We don't find it in the LUDC anywhere. And the majority of our project is proposed to already be single story. And I'd like to direct you to our project description that is in your staff report in the development plan that clearly states that we have a single story restriction on all lots immediately adjacent to the Rancho Maria Golf Course fairways. And just so I'm kind of a numbers person, so basically, we already have self-restricted through our project description 51 of 75 lots, or basically 2/3 of the lots at Willow Creek, and 23 of the 54 lots, or 43% of the lots at Hidden Canyon. And that doesn't even count for the fact that consumer demand will basically dictate the single or two-story use on the other remaining lots. We also have landscape buffers on the majority of our lots or substantial rear yard setbacks. Next slide. We also have design guidelines that are dated June 2017 that have received conceptual approval at NBAR and include multiple references to earth tones. I've included page numbers for your reference. And the reason this is important to us is we would like the findings for denial to some of them to either be deleted or revised appropriately to reflect our project. Next slide. The finding here for the Planning Commission is to find that the benefits of the project do not outweigh the project's significant visual and aesthetic impacts that would result from the conversion of semi-rural lands to urban space. Our issue with this particular finding is that the Orchid Community Plan already calls for the conversion of Key Site 21 for up to 150 units of housing. So I guess the question really is the Orchid Community Plan going to be revised? Because it does call for this conversion that's referenced in your findings. The Orchid Community Plan further clearly calls out the development for residential development to be on the 3 PRD zoned APNs that are owned by the applicant. And that includes 15 units on APN 15, which we're not proposing any development on. And that the remaining 135 units would be split between APNs 16 and 17. And those are the Hidden Canyon and Willow Creek neighborhoods. Next slide. Again, this is right out of the staff report that you have. The area highlighted in yellow is what I'd like to draw your attention to, being adverse influence on adjacent agricultural operation due to the secondary access road at Hidden Canyon. So all I can say is that the applicant has relied on staff's review of the project, and that through 4 incomplete letters over the course of a year and a half, that this was never brought up in any of the communication. Our initial project was submitted back on June 13, 2016. So we just heard about this as an issue as of our last meeting. So it's a little frustrating to be in a process for almost 5 years and then to have something as substantial as this brought up. Next slide. This slide is referencing Orchid Community Policy LUA 02 and Orchid Community Plan Development Standard Key Site 21-11. And again, I'd like to just call your attention again to the terms low profile design, earth tone colors, and vegetated setbacks. These are all things that have been already addressed in our design guidelines and through our project description, and we don't feel that they are appropriate findings for denial. Again, we've gone through numerous reviews with NBAR for conceptual review, and these issues have already been basically asked and answered. They've been addressed. Next slide. This finding requires you to find that the development of the secondary access road could have an adverse modification or reduction in the existing agricultural operations due to conflicts with pesticide application and other customary farming practices. Pesticide application should not be allowed to drift off the site for which it's permitted. I think that's part of the pesticide application permit conditions for any agricultural operation. We need to know how a road that is solely sited on property owned by someone else can create a conflict for off-site agricultural operations. We also want to note that the Agricultural Commissioner's Office is part of our project completeness review. We were deemed complete in November of 2017, that none of these concerns were provided at that time. They reviewed our agricultural setbacks as well as our site design. And at the AAC meeting in December, our County Planner, Sean Stewart, presented the ultimate setbacks to the parcels, each of the tentative maps. And he indicated that those distances were well beyond the current mapped setbacks on either side of the project. And final slide. Well, we were disappointed to hear that you did not wish to grant our hearing continuance so that we could address the bio issues contained in your proposed findings for denial. We request that you remove the findings for denial that I've just presented on. The project applicant has relied on several preliminary submittal reviews at NBAR, and none of the visual or aesthetic concerns in your findings were issues with this review body. Even after producing multiple visual simulations as requested with locations identified by staff, we spent thousands of dollars on visual simulations to prove that we had the low profile designs and that we were not having an aesthetic impact on this gateway site. Nor did our project completeness review include any of the concerns that I've highlighted today. If you decide not to remove the findings for denial, we request that at a minimum, you have staff modify them to correctly reflect the currently proposed project. And again, we did request a continuance so that we could address the things that are in the bio findings for denial. But that ship seems to have sailed, so we're hoping that the remaining findings for denial can be made to accurately reflect our project. We thank you for your time.
You're muted, Mr. Chair.
Right, it was my turn. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Commissioner Park.
Okay. I want to apologize for something. For some reason, I could not see Ms. Romero's slides. I tried manipulating every screen view on Zoom, but I just couldn't see those slides. So I think that's unfortunate because I know she put a lot of work into it, but I couldn't see them. This issue of findings is a tough one because it consumed a lot of time at our last hearing, and it got kind of stressful trying to understand where the findings were and what they were and going through that. And I didn't much care for the optics of relying on somebody else's version of the findings as opposed to our staff's. And I've spoken with Director Plowman about the issue of findings after the hearing, and she assured me that she personally was involved in revision of those findings, staff's revision of the revision, and that staff had done their very best job they could, and that County Council had been involved as well and put a lot of time into it. And Ms. Plowman assured me that in understanding kind of where I was coming from, and as well as others, she would review them again. And so I'm confident that that's what we have in front of us is staff's best effort, and their best effort knowing where we were all coming from. We could probably spend a lot of time going over findings with every project. We never really do because it would take a slow process and ground us in molasses. It would make it even much worse. I can only think of actually one other case over all these years that I've been involved where we changed findings, and that was just on the helistop thing in Carpinteria, which is kind of a minor thing compared to the complexity of this. So notwithstanding the criticism that I've heard of these findings by Ms. Romero, which was well stated and also in her letter, and by Mr. Seltzer, I have to disappoint you in that I don't think it's worth it to work them over in detail any longer. So I am going to make the motion to adopt staff's recommendations in their most recent memorandum, and specifically to make the recommendation that the board make the findings for denial as specified in attachment A of the staff memo, which is the findings for denial. Recommend that the board determine that the denial of the project is exempt from CEQA as specified in attachment B of the staff memo, and recommend that the Board of Supervisors deny the project. And the recommendations that are in the staff memo have all the case numbers and so forth that are appropriate to this. So that is my motion.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner Park. Before we do that, we've got to go down the agenda a little bit. Here, Commissioner Bob, can you hold up for a minute, or
sure can.
Question the staff.
Yeah, sure can.
Okay, thanks.
You have some public comment before.
Yeah, that's what I was going to do next.
Right.
Okay. So yeah, let's move on to public comment. Do we have anyone who would like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's start with Cheryl O'Keefe, and then we'll go on to Alan Seltzer.
Thank you very much, commissioners. I'm just here to observe.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alan? Okay, let's try Gavin.
Hello?
Yes, Mr. Morse, go ahead.
Chair Farini, fellow commissioners, thank you for the time to speak with you today. I think that obviously this is not an outcome that the applicant wanted, but I agree that it's time for all parties to move on to the Board of Supervisors. I would be remiss if I did not address key points that I observed in this process in the denial we haven't seen over the last 22 years. Despite the historical surge in the housing price and the state declaring a housing emergency, I was surprised to be observing the last Planning Commission hearing where two housing projects bringing approximately 465 homes to Orcutt be denied at the same Planning Commission hearing. I think decisions like those impact those who can only least afford it the most, not just in the immediate future, but over the years. I think the sweeping aside of the OCP and all of the supplemental EIR documents throughout these hearings has been telling, to the point where there is only one question asked of the EIR consultant who prepared the supplemental EIR documentation. I completely understand that neighbours do not want housing, as no one likes such change, and all the applicant has asked for is a fair and reasonable hearing and due process. Instead, I feel at times personal beliefs and emotions have taken over reason and policy to the point where, prior to the last meeting, regrettably, Commissioner Park engaged in a Saturday meeting with the opponent's attorney to write the denial findings for this project. That was especially disturbing to me. This was followed by the attempt to approve the version of the denial finding at the Planning Commission hearing, which was really an attempt by Rancho Mira Golf Course to get into the record findings that would essentially stop any development of this property. Thankfully, staff was given the chance to review and rewrite the findings you have before you today. Throughout this process, staff has given the project and the PC every opportunity for a commission to make a decision based on policy and the documentation provided by the applicant. I know staff believed in the project and the process as I do, and I know that for staff it must be demoralizing at times to write findings for approval over and over and then write them to be directed to write findings for denial. But we understand that this is the process and we are where we are today, and I appreciate staff and Planning Commission's efforts. I am sure of three things. One, Rancho Maria does not want development next to their course. They have tried and tested a method to bleed any applicants of cash throughout litigation and design changes over the years, and they have won that battle today. I know for a fact great effort and expense has been given in the attempts by the applicant to find common ground with Rancho Maria Golf Course. They even copied the applicant's design only to have them strategically rejected with more demands, all of which have led us to this junction. Too much money has been spent to date to not have a project redesigned, modified, and or resubmitted. And while I'm sure Rancho Maria Golf Course will be given the opportunity to come to the table again with this or the next applicant, I am confident they will also oppose the project and fight just as they have. After all, they walked away from the last joint specific plan for the last prior applicant when they did not get the $17 million upfront in cash payment. In closing, I ask that you review each finding before you and ask yourself, are these reasonable and accurate assessments of your true beliefs versus in accordance to the policy and the documentation given to you? If that is the case, then I am thankful for your time and regretfully will move on to the Board of Supervisors with your denial. Thank you.
Next, we'll have David, followed by Laurel Perez.
Thank you. I'm just observing.
Hello, this is Laurel. Commissioners, just want to let you know I'm just observing as well. Thank you.
And we have Michael O'Keefe, followed by Paul Douglas.
Just observing, thank you.
Yeah, that's... Well...
Mr. Chair, I have no more requests to speak.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Does the applicant have anything else they'd like to say?
Chair Farini, thank you so much for the opportunity. I have to say that we really do appreciate staff's efforts with us over the last year and a half, the team that we have. We've been in this process a long time, nearly 5 years, and I want to thank each and every one of the commissioners for their time and effort on this. Regardless of outcome, it takes a lot of effort, and we do appreciate everybody's time on this. We look forward to your vote.
Okay, thank you. And back to staff. Does staff have anything they'd like to add?
Chair Farini, nothing further from staff.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, so I guess we're in the deliberations. I said earlier in the other hearings that I wasn't going to vote either way in this project, and I've changed my mind. If the motion is to deny the project, I'm going to vote no. And the reason is that the findings and the reason is because of the findings. The findings in my case are, I think, somewhat manufactured. They're not really the problem here. The problem here is that the development is not suitable with the golf course. We know they've designed a project, and what should have happened was the golf course and the developer should have gotten together and redesigned both projects. I mean, I couldn't support the project today because I don't think the design is appropriate for the site. But it's not because of all the findings that are listed by the staff. It's just the fact that the developer and the golf course couldn't get together and come up with a project that works for both of them, which I find very sad. If I were the developer in this project, I would have created a wholly different design, and quite frankly, I think it would have been in the neighborhood of $3 to $5 million more in value, both for the golf course and for the developer and for the county, for their property tax base. So if the motion is to deny the project, I'm going to vote no. And I just hope that when the next developer comes forward, they make arrangements to work with the golf course ownership and come up with a project that benefits both of them. And I've said that to both of them, and I just find it sad it didn't work out. So those are my deliberation comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Blau. Commissioner Park.
Okay. Oh, I see. My hand is raised on this. That's why you keep calling on me then.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. I thought I didn't know my hand was raised when you called on me before, and I thought you were calling on me as the member appointed, representing the district where the project is located to start deliberations. And so I didn't mean to preempt you.
No, I was just picking on you.
Is that what you want me to do now? Or?
No, let's let Commissioner Bradley go next then, and we'll come back to you. Okay.
And we should. And I do though have some comments about a few of the statements made in public comment, and then a point to support what Commissioner Blau said. But I think yes, you should probably hear then from the other commissioners because they already heard from me at the wrong time.
Commissioner Bradley.
Okay. I have to say, I really enjoy working with this group. It's always brings a smile to my face. I said at the last hearing, and I continue to feel that several things. One, I really appreciate Commissioner Park's willingness to continue this because I just couldn't have done it at the last hearing. And the findings that staff presented today, I think, I can't support them because I honestly believe that this is reasonable development. I think this does comply with the community plan directives, and I can cite, specifically the findings that I disagree with. However, I think these are much more neutral and better set of conditions than what I was trying to fumble through at the last hearing, because I had the same concern as expressed by Mr. Morris, is that the way those were drafted, and maybe it's because they were by our brilliant ex-county counsel, Mr. Selzer, it was going to prevent anything from getting developed on that property, and something will be developed on this property. So I'm inclined to vote against the motion, and to, if anybody cares about which findings I find in particular disagreement with, I can say, but I don't think it really matters. My point is, I think that this kind of a subdivision is going to be better than what might come in the next iteration between the state directive by right and, and whatever is going to happen. And frankly, I'll just take a minute to say the golf course's intransigence in coming to the middle on most everything that the applicant did was a little disappointing to me too. I know that they're fighting for their property and what they think is the right thing to do, but I found it quite lopsided. So good luck to the parties, and that's where I'll be voting.
Okay. Commissioner Cooney.
Well, if Commissioner Park restates his motion or states that he has no changes in it, I'm willing to second the motion. We need to move this project on to the next stage as the applicants have indicated.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Okay, so I gotta say, when I read the findings, I thought they were pretty harsh, and truthfully, I don't agree with all the findings. I think they're just over the top. I don't think it's a great project, and I think they could do better. And the rest of the story there is the way it sits with the two parties not getting along. I don't really have a solution for that. And, but I cannot vote yes on denying this project with those findings. So I appreciate what Commissioner Bradley said, that she has a list, and I'm not sure where we're going to go from here. But as it sits, no, I can't support the denial. Commissioner Part.
This has gotten more interesting than I thought it was going to. We would dispose of this in 10 minutes and move on to these other projects, which probably won't even be heard today. It's very interesting in that I made the determination to not wade into the findings because I thought it would be grabbing the tar baby. It looks like we've got several commissioners that do want to do that. It's well, a couple of things. One, I got a comment on Mr. Moore's accusation that I met with Mr. Seltzer on a Saturday to write findings. That never happened. I don't know where he even thinks that's the case. I've spent far more time with Mr. Moore's on this project than any other individual. And I heard from Mr. Seltzer talking about findings, but I certainly did not take a Saturday to help him write findings or get his help to write findings. That never happened, never would happen. I also address this seemingly constantly repeated point that a vote against this project is a vote against all housing projects on the site. It's not. I agree completely with Mr. Blau. This is a poorly designed project, and I'm voting against it because the poor design of the project is what causes most of the environmental problems. The applicant was given ample opportunity to redesign it. The applicant chose to stick with its guns here, make minor redesigns. Somebody will do a project someday here in housing. It'll be an approvable project. It'll be a good project, and it'll help things out. But it's not this one. Where we go right now with this, because Commissioner Blau and I, in a sense, agree on the overall problem here. It's just what findings do we have? So I guess I want to ask other commissioners, do you want to have a vote on the findings, which sounds to me like it would lose 3-2, and then that doesn't mean the project is approved. It means I guess we go back and look at findings some more. Or do we just continue it and the staff can work up more findings that track what Commissioner Blau and Commissioner Bridley and Commissioner Farini said? I don't really have strong feelings about the findings right now, other than I'd kind of like to move on to other projects.
Well, I'll weigh in if you want. I mean, for me, there's one finding for me. The golf course and the developer couldn't agree on the design of the project. And it's sad because the Orchid Community Plan requires it to be a plan for the entire project. Now, for me, leaving the golf course alone in designing a project, the golf course didn't disagree, would have been fine. But that's the finding. And what the supervisors want to do about that, that's up to them. I don't know that the Planning Commission can solve that problem. Now, the board can. The board can say, look, come back to us and say, Planning Commission, approve 150 houses. Or the state can do that to us. But so for me, the one finding is the golf course and the developer could not come to an agreement on a plan for the two sites. And let the board, and I have no problem denying the project because of that. I let the board make a decision on how they want to go forward with it. But all the environmental stuff is not. I mean, the salamanders, I mean, the state, I mean, the California Fish and Wildlife would much rather have the money that the developer is willing to pay to do a restoration site as opposed to being concerned with what's there now. And what's there now is likely being killed by the lawnmowers anyway. So it's kind of like, no, there's no environmental problems that couldn't be resolved. It's just that we didn't get the golf course and the developer to agree on a plan that works for both of them. That's what happened. Sad to say, but that's what happened.
Mr. Chair, can I weigh in for a minute?
Yes, please do.
We have a series of findings we have to be able to make. or be able to say we can't make them. And as much as Commissioner Blau is interested in making that particular finding, it's not what's in our code. And so we are restricted about what we can and can't say. So what the staff did was tried to follow the direction of the commission, the last meeting, prepare a set of findings that were narrow enough that allowed the commission to make the findings that the project as designed is not appropriate for the site. That doesn't mean that there isn't a future housing project out there that could have a better design and that wouldn't have those issues. But the course of action was, as we were directed, was to come back with the findings for denial and to move this onto the board. And I really don't think that any of those findings that are included in the packet are going to prevent a future housing project to come through. So I just wanted to make that clear to the commission. And the applicant is asking, well, I don't know. I guess we could ask the applicant. My guess is they would want the planning commission to deny the project so that they can move on. But they can certainly weigh in on that. But
Help. Through the chair, can I ask a question of Director Plowman?
Please do.
In the scenario that it's like a double negative. In the scenario that the denial fails on a 3-2 vote, could it not just move to the board? I don't think we need to go back and then adopt findings for approval because you don't have the votes for that either. So couldn't it just go to the board with our denial findings that failed and everything in the record? Because I don't think we're going to hash through anything better than what we've got in front of us today.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bradley, our attorney has popped onto the screen.
Oh, thank God.
I have never seen that happen. I'm going to ask Jenna to weigh in on it.
Thank you. Commissioner Bradley and the rest of the commission through the chair. So a general plan amendment for the board to consider it requires a written recommendation by the planning commission. So a tie vote or a failed motion wouldn't allow it to continue on to the board. So we've had some other projects where if one motion fails, then we need another motion to take some other sort of action to make a recommendation to the board.
Well, I think it would help you here, to tell you the truth. If I fail to vote, it's 2-2, it's tied, it goes to the board. Am I correct? Is that correct, Ms. Richardson?
Commissioner Blau through the chair. So this has happened on another project, and 2-2 is deemed denial, but it doesn't result in a written recommendation. So we could trail it and put together a written recommendation for denial based on a failed vote. So there's a few options, but we would ultimately need.
I'm just saying, if I don't vote on it and it's 2-2, does it go to the board without further consideration?
No, we would need another motion. So if it's 2-2, then we could draft a recommendation for denial based on that 2-2 vote, but then that second recommendation would need a 3-2 vote at the minimum.
What if you never get a 3-2 vote? I'm confused.
The project just gets stuck here.
What?
The project would just get stuck here. The board would not have any authority to act on it.
No. Well, that makes no sense. So we won't do that. But anyway.
So I don't want to take anyone else's time, but I'm fully confused. I think we have three commissioners. Director Plowman, did you want to help me figure it out?
Well, I from the last hearing, there was pretty clear direction that this commission was not prepared to approve this project in its current configuration. I think the cleanest thing to do at this point is to deny the project. Let them go to the board and the board will make the determination. And if it fails at the board, they'll redesign the project and the board may direct them to redesign the project. But I think it's the best thing probably to do for the planning commission and for the applicant at this point in time.
Because otherwise, we're going to be in this kind of
be in
reiterative
a
circle
do-over.
of trying to hash through findings that we can't support because, in fact, there's enough feelings about wanting to deny it. So, well, it's crazy. I've been very consistent. I want to support the project that was before us, and so it's not really appropriate for me to make a motion to deny it.
Okay.
So,
Hold your thoughts. Hold your
Okay.
thoughts for a minute. And Commissioner Cooney, maybe he can help us along here, okay?
our
His hands up.
guru, yes, our
Commissioner
guru.
Cooney.
Mr. Chair, I think the appropriate procedure, given what Ms. Richardson has indicated and what Director Plowman has reaffirmed in terms of the findings, is either to accept the findings as set forth and send this on to the board today by denying it, or alternatively, to allow time enough to go through the findings and get findings for denial that are supported by three of us. And maybe we won't get that, but I think that's the appropriate procedure. To just deny it and send it back to staff for a statement of denial is not fair to staff. That's my thought.
Commissioner Bradley, does that help?
Yes, but I don't know how. This is challenging. Maybe Commissioner Blau has another idea. I mean, everybody's surprised today, so.
You know what? I'm prepared to go ahead and vote to deny the project. Clearly, the board's going to know. I mean, I think my supervisor watches this hearing, or his staff does, so they're going to know what difficulty we had in dealing with this project. It's ultimately up to them no matter which way we vote. So they know if it's a 3-2 and there was, great discussion going back and forth, they'll consider very carefully, and it wouldn't surprise me if they send it back to us, to redo it. So I think even for the applicant, the best situation is for get it denied today and get it to the board and let them make their best effort to convince them how they do it. And maybe what they'll do is convince the golf course people that they need to cooperate and deal with the developer. Otherwise, they're going to have a project that they may not care for. Does that make any sense to anybody?
Yeah.
A little bit. Director Plowman, I have a question. And then I'll get to you, Commissioner Park. So my concern, and I know we've talked about it here today, and you've talked about it, is the findings that we have. I understand that staff's thought that was the direction we wanted to go, and that's fine. I can accept that. But they seem overburdensome to me, and that they could prohibit the project from ever happening.
So
if I can make one more suggestion, I'm good with Ms. Romero's the findings that she wants to delete. There's enough of them there. We can still deny the project. So if we can all agree to just remove hers, I'm ready to vote for it right now and be done with it. So if they get on with it.
Commissioner, now that's where I was trying to go with Director Plowman. So that's good. I just don't want all of that in there. If we could knock some of them out and via Ms. Romero's emails to us, then I think I'd feel better voting no on it, because I don't like the project, but I don't like the findings either. So what's your opinion of that, Director Plowman?
Mr.
What does
Chair,
that take?
Yeah, I think if you could give us, I think we can go that direction. We can certainly modify the findings based on the planning commission's direction. We need probably a 10 or 15-minute break to do that. And we can come back and you can take your action and then we can move on.
And Director Plowman, would it be okay if we just trailed it and went on to the next one and then worked it in?
I think that would be that's workable.
Okay, I
Yeah.
think we've got to keep moving. I don't know that we have consensus to do this yet, but thank you for that help. Commissioner Park. Got you, Dan.
I don't even know, because I could not see the slides. They were not on the screen. Okay. So I really don't know what's in them. So I'm not going to agree ahead of time to do that. And it puts us in this odd position that, okay, I told the golf course to leave us alone on the findings, but now we're going to deal with Ms. Romero's that I haven't seen yet.
I'm sure.
And so I think that, and I'm not going to do it on the fly because I wouldn't do it last time. It made no sense. And it looks like we're just looking for the same kind of thing where we suddenly get them and have to resolve it right away. So, yeah, I guess if you can trail them and play with them and work on them and there's adequate time at the end of the meeting to deal with it after these other hearings, then deal with it. Otherwise, I think if you want to monkey with the findings, then we should continue this once again so we can deal with the findings once again. Because I actually want to read them now that it's so important to the others and with Ms. Romero to revise them. I should read that. So,
Ms. Romero, you've got Park's email address. Could you email him the slides in the next 15 or 20 minutes?
Commissioners?
Yeah. I'm going to pay attention to the hearings before me, and I'm not going to stop watching the screen so I can find another computer to get the emails and read them. If there's time at the end of the hearing, we should do that. Otherwise, we should continue this yet again so we then look at the findings.
I think,
that's where I'm at.
Mr. Chair, I think Travis Seawards was trying to provide some feedback.
Yep. We just wanted to let the commissioners know that the Francis Romero's revised conditions were emailed out yesterday. So you probably already have them in your email.
And do you have a way you could put those up on the screen now?
Yes, we have the slides from her presentation.
Okay, and then let's, yes.
Just to make sure that that everybody's clear, I believe Ms. Romero's slides are indicating sections of the findings, the visual section, and then some of the language that referred to agricultural resources that the applicant team was not in agreement with, but they're not presenting new findings. They're just indicating that those sections of the findings, in their opinion, are not adequate. Which, without those, would essentially leave the biological resource findings, or the findings that discuss bioresources on the site.
We lost the screen. There it is.
Good. Thank you.
Chair Farini and Commissioners, just to add to this conversation, there's a condition, there's a slide, but I think staff, I think we need to go through each of the findings for the commissioners and indicate what is going to be revised. So that way Commissioner Park and the other commissioners know we're all on the same page on what the direction is. If that is, Chair, if that's the direction that you and I think Commissioner Blau are talking about, if you want to just have an idea of what the applicant has said, then we probably should all get on the same page and agree to, we're okay with these findings as revised by, as recommended by the applicant. Otherwise, just accept what we have and vote on it.
Commissioner Wilson, this is Travis Seawards again. Or I'm sorry, Secretary. I think what staff needs is clarification because Ms. Romero did point out issues with a number of the findings, and so we would need clarification on which findings the commission agrees with her edits or if they do not agree with her comments in order for staff to revise the findings.
Commissioner Cooney? And you're muted, Commissioner Cooney.
As a matter of process, I want to support Commissioner Park's request to continue this tendency we get into to try and do it all at the same time is going to lead to mistakes. Findings, after all, support a decision. It could end up in court down the line. And I don't think we should do it piecemeal, nor really do it today, because unless for some reason we end up with time at the end of the day, we should continue it to as soon as possible, which we have room on one of the coming agendas.
Okay, so Commissioner Cooney, let's go with that for a minute. So we would continue it to a date certain. And at that, then we would all discuss what the findings are going to look like.
Yes.
And give staff further direction there.
What would happen is staff would again circulate the findings. Ms. Romero would send her requests for change. We'd have all those, and we would discuss them and maybe eliminate some of the staff's recommended findings, maybe not. But at least we'd all be clear on what we're talking about.
I think that makes a lot of sense to me. It takes some of the urgency out of this and keeps the process open and unrushed. Director Plowman?
Yeah, we actually have two sets of findings for denial that the Planning Commission has seen. One from the last hearing and one from this hearing. And if the commission could support the findings for denial from the last hearing, we could resolve this today and allow the applicant to move forward. We added things because there was a request by some members of the commission to add certain findings, but we have sufficient findings to deny the project. Two sets. So I appreciate the desire to be meticulous about this, but I also think you are in a position where you could adopt the original findings that were prepared by the staff and allow the project to move forward.
Okay, can staff bring up the original findings so that the commission can review those?
Well, could I interject and just simply ask, could you ask Ms. Romero if she agrees with that? Because if she agrees with it, I'm done.
Well,
We're talking about the original plans or the ones that Alan Seltzer wrote?
The original findings that the staff wrote that were in the Planning Commission staff report at the last hearing.
Not the ones as revised by the opponent's attorney. Okay, gotcha.
Correct.
I studied those.
So, Mr. Chair, I'm just asking if you could ask Ms. Romero if she would agree to that.
Well, I don't want to ask Ms. Romero that,
okay.
but I will.
Oh.
So, Ms. Romero, would you answer Commissioner Blau's question?
Commissioner Blau, through the chair, yes, we would be agreeable to the original finding for denial prior to any of the expansion of the denial findings.
Thank you, Ms. Romero.
Works for me. Up to you or up to the other commissioners. My other problem, to tell you the truth, is if we come back for another continued hearing, Apple's going to pay $285 an hour for staff time to have it revised. And why? The board's going to make the decision, not us. So.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Just to provide some direction, if we get CSB TV to take off the spotlight, because I don't know what's being shown on the screen. Thank you. If the commission or the motion maker wanted to go back to the original findings, I would direct them to the hearing of April 7th, and there's a memo dated March 30th, 2021 that provides those original findings, and it has the recommended motions at the end of that memo. So if that is the will of desire of the commission to go to the original findings for denial, I think that you could do that for the findings that were presented on April 7th.
That's a fair argument, Mr. Wilson. However, I don't believe Commissioner Park has the ability to pull those up.
Chair
He's
and
running a
Commissioners.
single screen show. So we were trying to show it through our hearing room.
Chair and
Staff.
Commissioners, the document, well, has gone up and down a couple times, but the document is up on the screen, so we can pull up the recommended actions from that the memo dated March 30th from the April 7th hearing. If we could just get the TV screen to be put up, that would be helpful. So this is the start of the findings, but we can move down to the recommended actions if that would be more helpful.
Yeah, perhaps we can just move through this. So I think everyone's read the first paragraph by now.
No.
Mr. Chair, what I think would be helpful is if staff could summarize what is stated in each finding, because I think it's going to be challenging for the commissioners to read this on the screen. So if we can, as you're showing the finding, Tess, Mrs. Harris, or Mr. Stewart, please summarize what the content of that finding is.
And Mr. Chair and
Can I
Commissioner.
address the process where we are at some point?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I actually think if you want to consider, and I think that's for the motion maker, if we want to consider these original findings, I recommend we take a break, let the commissioners look at the file online, the March 30th memo with all the findings, and then come back, and then after everybody's had a chance to refresh their memories on what these findings were.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilson. Commissioner Park?
Yeah, I can't do this on the fly by reading things on the screen. I need some time to myself to now get out the original findings and the findings that staff revised and worked on and compare them and see where we're going to go with it. And so that brings me back to give me time at the end of the hearing if we actually get to these other projects and get through them, or continue the matter. But to do it right now, we are wasting the time of the other people that are waiting on this hearing to get their matters heard. We spent an hour on this and we're really floundering. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, we all have our opinions. We're just trying to get the project through. And if it's your insistence that we do it differently, then we will. It's your district. We're just trying, Commissioner Park. So at this point, then, I think we should go back with what Commissioner Cooney's recommending. And we're not going to have time to do this today. Okay, it's just going to be rushed. So let's continue this, and then everyone will have adequate time to review the findings, and we can come up with a constructive dialogue at the next meeting. So, Mr. Wilson, can you get us an available date, please?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'm looking at the calendar, the projection report. Chair, not to continue to prolong this, depending on what the direction is from the commission today, if the direction is just to look at the prior findings and come back and agree with those, we could do it next week. If there's direction to staff to continue to edit and massage these, we're going to need more time and direction from staff to do that. So if we look at the projection report, we have May 12th has 3 items on it. already. But that is kind of rushed if the direction is to have staff continue to edit these and get direction from the commission. The next day would be May 26th, and that has Key Site 3 on it. And there's already, I would not recommend May 26th. It's kind of a heavy agenda already. June 2nd doesn't have anything on it at the moment.
Okay. So you're saying next week we could have an hour?
I think we could do an hour next week if the commission's desire is just to look at original conditions and then come back and say that they're okay with the original ones from March 30th memo. We could do it next week. If there's direction.
If I could weigh in for just a second, next week would be perfect. Because you're not doing anything new, you would not be required to have a public hearing. So it shouldn't take us more than 15 minutes to, unless there's some issue with the findings that someone wants to discuss. So I don't think it would take 15 minutes to do this.
Commissioner Cooney?
I was going to suggest the 12th simply because we'd have a little time to assure that we're all prepared to move forward on the date of the hearing. Next week is much more crowded, at least in terms of staff's estimate. So I'm worried about that.
Commissioner Park?
I think there's also an issue of just kind of internal logistics for the Planning and Development Department. I recall getting an email from Mr. Villalobos a couple weeks ago, and it mentioned, okay, I need to have this by Thursday so that the staff can incorporate it in preparing these findings, and it can then go on to review by supervisors and Ms. Plowman, and then get on your packet. And I think you kind of have a hard time doing that for a hearing next week. And I don't honestly know whether we look at, I mean, I want to compare the original findings. I want to look at the revised one that staff worked over. And then I want to look at Ms. Romero's suggested deletions from those revised findings. And so I certainly could not give direction to staff today. Okay, we're just going to go with the original findings. No, that's the whole point of looking at this. So I think I think Mr. Cooney is right. The May, whatever it is, 5th is not going to work. And, the 12th is probably the best we could do.
Is that a motion, Commissioner Park?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, before you make this motion, if indeed here's a recommendation to change the findings beyond what was presented today and the original findings, we would need direction. If you're just going to look at those two sets of findings, then we can leave this hearing today and come back next week.
All right, let me make sure.
Use anything new.
Let me make sure with you, Director Plowman. So what I'm hearing is that we're going to review both sets of findings, right? And there's a possibility that we will ask for those findings to be modified or combined, A, B, or A plus B equals C. I'm not sure, okay? So I don't think we can give you a guarantee that next week we can have a fast meeting. I have two commissioners asking for a little more time to be more thorough. To me, this is a very complex project, and those are some complex findings. I would appreciate everyone humoring the commission in letting us get this done on the 12th.
Just to weigh in, I have no problem with the 12th. If Commissioner Park makes that motion, I'll support it.
Commissioners, just to clarify, on the 12th, you would be, if there are revisions to the findings, then we would be discussing those revisions during the hearing and making those changes. I just want to be clear to ensure that what you're asking, just to ensure that if the thought was that you were going to be reviewing the findings and then directing staff to make changes prior to the 12th. That is not enough time for us to make changes and get them in. However, if you're going to be looking at the documents on your own and then coming to the hearing with proposed changes, staff could then make those changes, during the hearing or during a break, and then your commission could take action at that point. I just want to make sure we are all on the same page with what will be presented and submitted prior to the May 12th hearing.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. So Ms. Harris. On that, would you consider if we were deleting language from the findings, do you consider that substantial changes that would take much staff time? Or is that simply, would it be appropriate to hit the delete button on the word processor and take them out as agreed upon by the commission?
Chair and commissioners, if it was something just like a deletion, that's likely something we could do with the screen up during the hearing or during a break. If they were more substantial changes and you were requesting that we, rewrite findings without direct language for us to incorporate at the hearing, that might be something that's going to take longer than being able to do it kind of on the fly during the hearing. We could potentially take a break and then come back. I really just wanted to make sure that you weren't expecting that we were going to be presenting you with a third set of findings that combines the two prior to the May 12th hearing. That's all.
If I could make one more suggestion, if we could. Would it be possible for Commissioner Park and Francis Romero to get together and maybe come up with the revised conditions for denial that the applicant approves and that Commissioner Park approves? I'm sure that would work for me. Don't know about the rest of you.
And then who submits those, Dan? How would that work?
The two of them could agree upon them, and Commissioner Park could transmit the revised conditions to staff for publication to submit to us.
Mr. Chair, I have to say I have some concerns about that. I think what we need to do is just bring back the two sets of findings, and if there's some deletions, we should move forward with that.
Can I just jump in? If you agendize it as the first item in the day, it is a continued item, so that would be fair. We get a chance to look at them. If there are some tweaks and some strikeouts and a couple things, and we still have time to trail it to the end of May 12th, so I think we can get it done that day.
Yeah.
The commitment is on the commitment's on the part of this commission to review them carefully and actually talk to staff. I forgot to appreciate Sean earlier today by offering, to go over the revised findings before today's hearing. I didn't need to do that, but he's made himself available. So that is another avenue for us to get this done on May 12th, right? We can do it.
Commissioner Cooney?
Mr. Chair, I appreciate what Ms. Harris pointed out. Don't count on this if we're going to be making changes and trying to do it on the 12th. We may have the situation where we discuss it, we reach agreement on a few changes and have to continue it. That's the worst case, but we could continue it as quickly as possible and be done. And our record, when we pass it to the board, would be the will of the commission. So I'm most interested in that being clean.
So is that a motion to continue this to May 12th?
Well, hang on, let me.
Okay. Sorry.
Well, I can leave because I need to be somewhere at 4.
Don't leave.
I'm not having fun here. Commissioner Park?
So I always appreciate Commissioner Blau's suggestions, but I kind of agree with Director Plowman. That's not one that I want to follow. I would just have already been accused today of writing findings with one side, and now I'd be accused again of writing findings with the other side. Maybe that would seem equal treatment or something.
Yeah,
like that. I don't need to agree with the applicant's agent. But that being said, I appreciate Ms. Romero's efforts to provide us with ideas on things that ought to be deleted. And that's the first thing I would look at in the coming days is looking at the original findings, looking at the revised ones, which I swore I wouldn't get in and try to re-revise, but I'll look at them anyway, and I'll look at them especially in the context of the deletion suggested by Ms. Romero. And we'll come on the 12th and do what we can. And if as Commissioner Cooney stated is the very worst case and we can't come to full agreement in revision by deletion at that point in time, we'll have to continue it again. So all that being said, I do move to continue this matter to May 12th and with no direction to staff with regard to preparing further revisions.
Okay. Commissioner Cooney?
I was just gonna second, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Blau beat me.
All right. Ms. Graham, may we have a vote, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Bridley?
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney?
Aye.
Commissioner Park?
Aye.
Commissioner Blau?
Aye.
And Chair Farini?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, crew, do you need a break or can we go to the next item? Raise your hand if you need a break. Everybody okay? All right. All your hands raised.
Okay is a relative term.
I'm trying to unraise it.
Oh, okay. All right.
Chair,
Try something else, anything.
yeah, can we take a 5-10 minute break to let staff get organized?
Yes, sir.
I can't speak for anybody else, but I do need a break.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Okay, looks like we're ready to go. We'll move on to item 3 now. Ms. Graham, could you read that into the record, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is the hearing on request of property owners Jordan and Karen Williams to consider the appeals case numbers 20 APL 30 and 20 APL 31 and 20 APL 32 of the director's denial of 20 CDP 60, 20 CDP 61, and 20 CDP 62.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. Planning Commission site visits and ex parte. I did receive a phone call from Mr. Williams to discuss his time to present his appeal. It appears no other commissioners have anything to report. We'll move on to the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Delaney Roney, and I will be presenting the Williams appeal of the Director's denial of the Williams Accessory Dwelling Unit Coastal Development Permits, known as APL 30, 20 APL 30, 31, and 32. Projects are located at 6513, 6515, and 6517 Del Playa, respectively, shown in yellow boxes here. Proposed projects are to convert the existing garages on the parcel into accessory dwelling units of approximately 370 gross square feet each. Parcels are located approximately 250 feet from the University of California at Santa Barbara's campus and within a half mile of 3 coastal access points. The projects, known as 20 CDP 60, 20 CDP 61, and 20 CDP 62 were submitted on August 19th, 2020, and included conversion of the existing garages into ADUs. As each dwelling is essentially identical, a representative drawing is shown here. On the right side, you can see the converted garage into a studio accessory dwelling unit. As permitted in 2004, the coastal development permit with hearing and modification, each parcel contained 4 parking spaces, 2 in the garage, and 2 tandem in front of the garage, and the garage also included 3 bicycle parking spaces. This is the minimum number of parking spaces for the SRM 8 zone. County staff discussed the project and application of the coastal development, the coastal zoning ordinance with Coastal Commission staff on October 11, 2020. The denial letter informing the applicant of the director's decision to deny the projects was sent on October 16, 2020. And a timely appeal by the applicant was filed on October 26, 2020. The project as proposed is inconsistent with several aspects of Article 2, the coastal zoning ordinance. As the parcel is in the student residential medium density zone, 4 parking spaces are required for a 3-bedroom dwelling, and 1 covered and 1 uncovered bicycle parking space must be provided. Each project would eliminate 2 parking spaces and 3 covered bicycle parking spaces, causing the existing dwellings to no longer be in compliance with zoning ordinance regulations and their existing coastal development permits. Additionally, Section 35-105 of Article 2 specifically disallows elimination, reduction, or conversion of required parking space without replacement, as is required, or as is proposed, rather. Finally, Coastal Land Use Plan Policy 7-1 requires the county to protect public access to the shoreline. As the parcels do not provide adequate parking, the already limited public parking spaces within Isla Vista would be used to supplement. Use of these spaces by private residents reduces the availability of parking spaces for the public to access the shoreline. In their appeal, the applicant asserts that the state government code regarding ADUs supersedes the Coastal Act and therefore makes the county's coastal zoning ordinance null and void on the topic of ADUs. However, the government code itself states that it does not supersede the Coastal Act. This is confirmed by the Coastal Commission's April 2020 memo. As such, the requirement for replacement parking remains in effect. Additionally, as discussed previously, elimination of these parking spaces is explicitly disallowed in Article 2. In their appeal, the applicant also asserts the director did not appropriately take into account their private interests against public access concerns, and that parking is abundant within Isla Vista. However, parking availability has been a stated concern in Isla Vista for several decades, as stated in documents such as the 2015 County Housing Element and a 2002 grand jury report commissioned by the Board of Supervisors. Approval of the projects would cause the existing dwellings to have insufficient parking and not be in compliance with their existing coastal development permits. Therefore, staff recommends that your commission take the following actions to deny the proposed project. Deny the appeals, case numbers 20 APL 30, 20 APL 31, and 20 APL 32. Make the required findings for denial of the coastal development permits. Determine that denial of these appeals and denial of the coastal development permits is exempt from the provisions of CEQA pursuant to State CEQA Guidelines Section 15270B. Projects which are disallowed, or disapproved rather. Deny de novo the coastal development permits, case numbers 20 CDP 60, 20 CDP 61, and 20 CDP 62. This concludes my presentation, and staff is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rooney. Any questions of the commissioners to staff? Yes, Commissioner Park.
Yes, this is complicated and tortuous, the reasoning here, which is just what we need today, right?
Yeah.
Does the LCP require amendment now in order to, what would be the word be, accommodate changes in the government code and the changes in our ordinance, including our ordinances changing the CZO, not just the LUDC. So does our LCP, is it going to get changed now?
Mr. Chair,
Part of what we're doing with ADUs.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Park through the chair, if I can respond to that question.
Please do.
Thank you. So the answer to that is yes. And when we talk about the local coastal program, that consists both of the Article 2 coastal zoning ordinance as well as the local coastal plan, which is our policy document. Both of those are our implementing documents for the Coastal Act and part of our local coastal program. So as you considered a few weeks back or a month or so ago, provisions, proposed amendments to the ordinance came before you for the ADU regulations, both inland and coastal. Those amendments do have to go forward through the Board of Supervisors and then in the coastal zone, ultimately certification by the Coastal Commission before those proposed amendments to the ordinance become in effect. So until such time as that occurs, we are implementing our existing regulations in the coastal zone consistent with state law. And it's for that reason that this project currently is not approvable. That could change with adoption of the modified ADU regulations, but in the current state, they're consistent with our current regulations. So to try to simplify it for you, that's the bottom line, is based on existing code requirements of Article 2, this project or these projects is inconsistent.
But the proposed amendments to the CZO, the coastal zone ordinance that we saw a few weeks ago, and we saw it on March 31, and Montecito Planning Commission saw on the 17th of March, they in fact will conform with the state mandated development standards for a conversion on a single family development lot, right?
Commissioner Park through the chair. Yes, the new regulations proposed in the coastal zone are intended to comport more closely to state law while still respecting key provisions of the Coastal Act and our local coastal program. That would include, of importance here, elimination of the requirement to provide for replacement parking.
Yeah, that's the way I see it, because I'm actually such a pack rat. I haven't thrown away the packet for March 31, and I'm holding table 1 that was in it. And these were, we had 3 tables in our staff report, and one was state development standards for specific ADU types. And for one ADU conversion on a single lot, when you get to the, on that column and you get to the row on parking, it says no parking spaces required for ADUs and no replacement parking to satisfy the parking requirements for the principal dwellings. So that LCP pretty soon is going to say no parking requirement, isn't it? For this kind of an ADU.
Assuming, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Park, assuming that same language and those same provisions get through the Board of Supervisors and then get certified by the Coastal Commission, then yes. Exactly the time frame for that, it's scheduled for the board next month. And then, it's generally somewhat of a lengthy process to get through the Coastal Commission, or it can be. But yes, if that same provision is in there and gets certified, then the projects would comport to the new requirements. But we advised the applicant of that, and they wanted to proceed with based on under the current regulations.
Okay, just a few more questions. Bear with me. So this is not considered a junior ADU, even though it's a garage conversion, and that's because this is not one where the owner will occupy either the principal dwelling or the junior ADU. Is that correct?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, it's possible that it could meet the definition of either or both, depending on its ultimate configuration and what's proposed and the various, owner occupancy requirements, et cetera. There is that possibility that it could fall under either definition.
But if it's all tenants there, it couldn't be considered a junior ADU. Is that right?
Commissioner Park, through the chair. So I hesitate to comment on that just because I haven't read through the proposed language enough to be 100% confident on my answer on that particular question.
Let me tell you why it matters to me. Is Government Code Section 65852.2 is the one that has that statement about this does not supersede the Coastal Act. But the junior ADU provision, which is Government Code 65852.22, does not have that same provision, that this does not supersede the Coastal Act. So you could have this sort of anomalous interpretation that says, if this is indeed a junior ADU, and typically a garage conversion would be a junior ADU, then there's no statutory statement that says it's not superseded, that it does not supersede the Coastal Act. I told you it's complicated, and thank you for comment attempts to answer.
Okay, no further questions of staff, so let's move on to the appellant.
John is here. Can you hear me? Hello.
We hear you, Mr. Williams.
Hello. So I submitted a slide deck. Hopefully you can see that. I'm doing a Zoom cheat here so that you can actually see my slide deck in case you don't have a slide deck. Hopefully whoever is managing that slide deck for you can follow along. Also, when I submitted, we submitted our paperwork for this hearing before Mr. Villalobos left for vacation. And then once we got the staff's documentation, we also provided some supplemental things on Monday before noon. And those were uploaded, but they were uploaded into the public notice section as opposed to being uploaded into the appellant section. the paperwork that was submitted. So hopefully everybody's had a chance to see that. And can you see my slides, or how can everybody see my slides?
Mr. Williams, right now we're seeing your slides
through my video.
Through your video, yes.
Okay. And is there a way to put up the slides that I submitted while Mr. Villalobos was still in town?
They're working on it. I think they're up now.
Okay.
Okay, so it looks like you're harmonized and ready to go.
Okay, great. So thank you for your time today. It's been a long day, and I appreciate your hard work. So my name is John Williams. My parents are George and Karen Williams. They're the trustees of the Williams Family 2000 Trust. They're the appellants. Their trust owns 65, 13, 15, and 17 Del Playa Drive. We bought the properties in 1986 when it was a single-family house that my sister and I lived in when we went to UCSB. In 2005, we replaced the house with 3 single-family houses. Our entire family has lived on the property at one point in their lives. My parents were known as the old people of Isla Vista for many years. IV is in our family blood. We've been there often, and we're very familiar with the community. In fact, my dad, at 83 years old, is still a daily landlord to at least 30 kids. You can regularly hear him explain to his 19-year-old tenants how to turn on a washer machine, how come you can't flush an entire roll of toilet paper down the toilet at one time, or that you can't dance inside the kitchen sink. This appeal is about the denial of our ADU applications. Here's a quick history of the project. So in September of 2019, my parents wanted to help ease the housing shortage by converting the 2-car garages of each house into ADUs with a full kitchen and full bath facilities. I carefully researched the new government code and determined that the new law granted them the right to convert the garages into ADUs. We hired an architect who's on the call with us today, Michelle McToldridge from Shelter Architects, to develop plans that complied exactly with the state requirements and made almost no changes to the exterior of the houses. The houses have 27 feet, 30 feet, and 32 feet of driveway leading to each garage. And even though they fit 4 cars parked in tandem, they don't technically meet the county's definition of a full-sized parking space. For that reason, and because replacement parking cannot be required when converting a garage into an ADU under the new ADU law, we submitted the CDP applications without replacement parking. So I'm going to quickly show you what I'm talking about here. So these are the projects. If you can see my slides, this is 6513, 6515, and 6517. These are the garage areas. These are the main houses. So you can see that there is ample parking for 4 cars, especially if the shrubbery is removed. My parents have no problem with doing that. This is a picture of the houses from the beach. Here's the seawall. As we said, these ADUs were designed specifically so that they met the requirements of Government Code 6585 2.2E. They have full kitchens, which is a stove, an oven, a kitchen sink, and a refrigerator, and a full bath. They have a toilet, a shower, and a bathroom sink. They have exterior passageways. All of the interior rooms are accessible. There's no changes in the setbacks. They're zoned SR-M residential zoning, so student residential medium density. Again, they were created specifically to comply with all of the requirements of 6585 2.2E, which makes them ADUs and not JADUs. They also coincidentally comply completely with the new CZO that you approved on March 31st. That's section 35142.5 and 35142.8. They do not provide replacement parking spaces. So this is a picture of the projects. This is the existing house, and then this is what it'll look like when the garage door is removed. There's windows that go in here. That's the entry is on the side to the ADU. This is the where it falls on the property. These are the the property lines. This is the mean high tide line. There's the cliff here. Actually, there's the cliff here.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Williams, for a second, you're out of sync with what we're presenting for you. So nobody can see what you're presenting on your screen on the video. So if you could work with staff is trying to.
Great. We're on page 4. Slide
that would be helpful. Yeah, if you could.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and tell everybody what slide. So I'm on slide 4. I can go back. Let's go back to slide 2 because it's probably the most important slide in the deck. This is what I was explaining. These are the requirements for an ADU under the Government Code 6585 2.2, which became effective on January 1st of 2020. It's a full kitchen, a full bath, exterior passageway, no change to the setbacks, and it's in a SRM residential zoning zone. So we can go now to slide 5. So slide 5 shows what the ADU unit will look like. This area here, and so it's really difficult if you can't see my video. But on the top side, there's a gate that is a security gate. Inside that security gate is where people park their bikes. There's plenty of parking. My dad we submitted a declaration where he stated there's room for at least, there's storage for at least 12 bikes in that area. There's storage for a lot more than that. Would be no problem to provide enclosures for those bikes. The first we heard of this was 2 days ago when I guess it was the end of last week, when we got the staff's report on the denial for the preparation for this hearing. So you can see it's a 320 square foot interior space. There is a kitchen, a full kitchen with a kitchen sink. There's a stove with an oven, a washer and dryer, a refrigerator, a bath, a full bath with a toilet, a shower, and a sink. There's a sleeping area and a sitting area, living area that will be used for studying. So we're on slide 6 now. So this is a picture of the front of 6513 Del Playa. You can see that there is parking, there is space, especially if some of the landscaping is removed and it's cemented over like the rest of the houses on DP, again, which my parents are happy to do. This is if you go to the next slide, that's 6515, the front is the same parking, and 6517. These houses are mirror images of each other, so what's in one is in the other two as well. So we submitted our applications, understanding that we weren't going to need to put in replacement parking, and planning and development denied our permit applications on the basis that we did need to replace the parking in the garages. We pointed out that section 6585 2.2, subsection A1D Romanet 11, says explicitly that a permit can't be denied due to lack of replacement parking. P&D denied the application, saying that Santa Barbara County's LCP and CZO was not preempted by the government code, and that the Coastal Act allowed them to deny on the basis of parking because our projects may impact parking that is used for beach access, because our projects are all on Del Playa Drive. So the reason why we're here is because we believe, and you can go to slide 11. We believe that there were errors there were legal errors and factual errors when planning and development reviewed our project. The first one and the most fundamental is that they believe they can still apply the LCP, the existing LCP, specifically the language that directly conflicts with the government code that became effective on January 1st on 2020. They rely mostly on a memo from the Coastal Commission for that, and we'll get into that in a second. So the next thing they also said was that there was a constitutional right to park at the beach. And the third error of law that they made was that when they applied the access for the public, that when they waived the access to the public, they didn't weigh a private property owner's rights at the same time, which is what's required under the Coastal Act. So the first issue, which is that they applied a null and void clause. So it's clear that the government code, section 6585.2.2 A, made, and A4, excuse me, made any clause in a local law null and void if it directly conflicted with a government code. The LCP is a local law. Granted, it's passed or it's submitted to the Coastal Commission for their approval, but it is not the Coastal Act. It's an LCP. It's a local implementation of the Coastal Act. The Planning and Development is deeming it the Coastal Act. The LCP is not the Coastal Act. The Coastal Act is the Coastal Act. The Coastal Act is a codified section, and you'll see here in a second that that's to the extent that they were going to. There's a this slide. If you go to slide 14. Okay, so if you're on slide 14, there's a doctrine called severability, and when there's a preemptive law that comes out, and it says to the extent that this law is supreme, this is the binding law of the state of California, and to the extent any local law conflicts with this, you have to apply the state standards. The California Department of Housing and Community Development in their ADU handbook explained what staff should have done in our situation. What they should have done is they should have said the existing LCP is still enforceable to the extent that it complies with the government code, but to the extent that it conflicts, especially when it directly conflicts with the new requirements of the government code, we have to apply that narrow language. Replacement parking is one of those things where it directly conflicts. In the current LCP, it says you need to provide replacement parking. In the government code, it says you do not have to or it actually says a local jurisdiction cannot require replacement parking. So, and that's what they should have done to be able to comply with the requirements, the express requirements of Government Code 6585.2.2 A4. So this is the doctrine of severability. If you go to the next slide, and that's slide 15, you'll see what you do is you sever the offending language and you apply the rest. This is what the Coastal Commission's memo that the P&D relies on. That's what they meant. What they meant was, yes, apply your existing LCPs, except for, and this is, you have to go in and amend the offending language, and until you do, apply what you have, and in the situation where there is directly conflicting language from the government code, you have to apply those government code sections. Now, it's true that Government Code 6585.2.2 L explicitly says it doesn't supersede the Coastal Act. What that means, at least this is my opinion, and it's what I believe a court will conclude, is that you can't use the new ADU law to go and build an ADU in a public path to the beach, or you can't build in a wetland, a protected wetlands, or you can't build in all of the other things that the Coastal Act was deemed or was created to protect. So if you go to the next slide, to 16. So how do we know that P&D knows that they have to go and get rid of the replacement parking requirement? Well, we know that because the new CZO that you just approved on March 31st actually explicitly says in a situation where there is an ADU, not a JADU, but an ADU, which is an ADU is defined as a unit that has full cooking and full bath. If you look at the supplemental documentation that I provided, there's some back and forth between me and long range planning. You can see I corrected a few things that you approved. When it goes to the board, there's some numbering problems with that legislation that will be fixed now. But it also, long range planning does confirm, yes, an ADU and a JADU. The big difference is an ADU is one where there is full cooking capability, meaning a full kitchen and a full bath. So go to slide 16. So this is, if you go to slide 16, you'll see slide 16. I'm sorry, slide 17. So this is the new CZO, right? It says it's 35-142.5.1.b. Parking spaces not required. Parking spaces, including replacement parking spaces to satisfy the parking requirements for the principal dwelling, shall not be required for an accessory dwelling unit allowed in compliance with this section. So in that section, we tick all of the boxes. Our projects are completely compliant with the new CZO. How did we do that? Well, because we made them completely compliant with the government code that became effective on January 1st, 2020. So you can see an accessory dwelling unit that complies with all of the following shall be permitted with a coastal development plan. Zoning, we are in SR-M. Parking, there's no replacement parking required. This is again pursuant to the, you need to go to slide 18, I'm sorry. So you see zoning, we tick that box. Parking, we tick that box. There's no replacement parking required. You can look that section up if you'd like. And then all of the other requirements of 142.5 are satisfied as well. There's 180 unit per lot. There's exterior access. There's a single family dwelling on the lot. It's entirely within the existing one family dwelling. We have compliant setbacks. We didn't do any changes to the exterior whatsoever. There's complete living facilities, including permanent cooking, eating, living, sanitation, and sleeping, and interior access between all inhabitable rooms. That's section 142.5.2.A through D. So as you see, our projects comply with all of those requirements. One of the other issues that errors of law, the second error of law, was that they found that there's a right to park at the beach. That seems weird because right now it doesn't seem like you'd have a constitutional right to park at the beach, because if you did, there'd be a whole lot of multi-story parking spaces at the beach. You can see, I looked this up myself, trying to find where is it that there's either codification or case law that shows that there is the right to park at the beach for the public. We couldn't find any. And we also have seen that the county has removed a ton. And if you go, I apologize, you need to go to slide 19. That's the no right to park at the beach. The slide 20 is a picture that depicts, this is the first public access for our coastal access spot. The thing behind the green motorcycle there is the pathway down to the beach. You can see all the curbs for that, whatever 50 feet or 60 feet are painted red. This is, go to the next slide. The next slide is El Embarcadero. This is the road that goes into Del Playa, feeds into Del Playa Drive. Directly in front of this, if you were to keep going straight, you'd drive it right down that coastal access point that we were looking at in slide 21. Oh, you'll see this in slide 50. So go ahead and go to slide 22. 22 is the next, slide 22 is the next coastal access point. Slide 23 is the next coastal access point. So you can see all of the curbs are painted red in front of the coastal access points, so that there isn't any parking in front of the coastal access points. I mean, these could even be painted blue if you wanted to provide access. So go ahead and go to slide 24. Same thing, this is in front of the park. That's right along, there's coastal access points on either side of this. You can see all those curbs are painted red as well. Go to the next slide, slide 26. I'm sorry, slide 25 is fine. So the next issue is that the legal error was that planning and development didn't balance the interests. When you legal standard when you're determining whether maximum access is being granted, because yes, under the Coastal Act, there is a requirement to provide maximum access. But maximum access is not considered in a vacuum. It's weighed against the rights of private property owners. You go to the next slide, to slide 26. This is the Coastal Act, section 3210. It states essentially that maximum access is required, but it's also it's countered by it has to have public safety needs, the rights of private property owners, and the right or the obligation to protect natural resources from overuse. So go to the next slide. This is the next clause in the Coastal Act, and this is the one where it says you have to balance the rights of individual property owners with the right of the public to access the beach. In our situation, go to the next slide. We're going to skip to the next slide. We'll come back to the 26 or 28. Had they balanced the interests, they would have determined our properties will have no effect on parking in Isla Vista, no discernible effect. We'll get to that in a second of why that is, the facts behind that. So that's on the public access side. On the rights of the individual, my parents have the right to put in ADUs in these units because they were granted those rights by the state of California. Granted, it doesn't feel good a lot of times for cities and counties to have that forced upon them, but there's a housing crisis, and that's why the state passed that law. So when you balance the equities here, there's a significant impact if you say that my parents can't develop the ADUs. It removes 100% of their private property interests in order to in favor of beach access to probably no additional visitors. And again, we'll get to the facts behind that in a second. So go back to the earlier slide 28. Also, our parcels don't really affect public access, and we know that because we built these units in 2005 with coastal development permits, and in those coastal development permits, there was findings that were required. Those findings were that the parcels didn't affect the public access or recreational policies of Article 2 and the coastal land use plan, because the property does not affect public access and recreation along the coast, as the parcel is not located adjacent to any public access route. Therefore, the project would be consistent with this finding. We also think there were some factual errors, so go ahead and skip to the next slide. The factual errors are that there are 15 dedicated spots for coastal access within 450 feet of our project. It's not clear that that was ever taken into consideration. So even if you claim that there's a need for maximum access, the public has access to the beaches that are closest to our parcels through UCSB. There's 154 dedicated spaces. Again, if you look through the supplemental material that I provided the other day, you'll see there's a bunch of articles in there, and there's also the Isla Vista the Isla Vista Master Plan and the UCSB Long Range Plan. The UCSB Long Range Plan was a 2010 plan that governs the development of UCSB. It was updated in 2020. It has been approved by the Coastal Commission. It has a ton of things about parking not just for UCSB, but also for Isla Vista. The master plan, for Isla Vista, which was passed in 2007, also has a ton of things that the county was going to do in order to be able to provide not just parking in Isla Vista, but guarantee coastal access. Parking in Isla Vista is complicated. It's difficult, but there's never been a trip to Isla Vista by car that was been abandoned because they weren't able to find parking. There's about 30, go to the next slide, please. Yeah, there's about 36,000 or 37,000 people that live within 3/4 of a mile of all the beaches in Isla Vista. The beaches are more subject to over access than they are under access. In fact, we've seen the county close them because of over access. Go to the next slide. Actually, so it's slide 52, and you don't have the supplemental slides. I did submit those before noon on Monday. If you have the opportunity, take a look. It shows all of the different, the thing that's labeled slide 52 is all of the different access points for Isla Vista's beaches. Go to slide 34. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, 32 is fine. Our numbering is wrong because we didn't integrate the supplemental slides. There are 36,000. Go ahead and go to the next slide. There are 36,000 car trips a day that go to Isla Vista, that go in and out of Isla Vista. That means those are 36,000 people that either park or leave a parking spot. There's 15,000 bike trips. There's 8,000 pedestrians that enter Isla Vista each day. This comes directly from the Isla Vista master plan. That's from the county of Santa Barbara. This isn't me or us creating that. That's an official document. The next slide, and unfortunately, go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, so this is the bus service that services Isla Vista. You can see that on Salvador Tardy at the bottom, there are three three bus stops, and then there's one that says San Rafael Hall. Those bus stops are all within a half a mile of our projects. That would exempt being located within a half a mile exempts all of our ADU applications from any parking requirements anyway. So go to the next slide. So there are, as we say, there's 15 dedicated coastal access spaces within 431 feet of our project. Go to the next slide. So these are, this is a picture. You can see where the circle is right above that on the left-hand side. These here, if you can see my screen, you see my video on Zoom, those are 15 dedicated coastal access points. Go to the next slide. That's a picture of the meter that sits in front of them that says coastal access. Go to the next slide. That's a picture of those parking spots. You can see almost all of them are available. Go to the next slide. That's the other side of those parking spots. Go to the next slide. So in the situation where you still believe that you can enforce a local plan that requires replacement parking and you ignore the government code that says you can't require that anymore, my parents can provide parking for 4 cars. There's only one of them that I think would be able to satisfy the actual definitions of parking, but these lots, the driveways in front are big enough to be able to house those 4 cars. And in fact, if you go to the next slide, you'll see a picture. If you go to the slide, that's a picture of a 25-foot wide lot on Del Playa. On the right-hand side, not the green one, but the brown one. That's a 25-foot wide lot. You can see there are 6 cars parked there. If that's what's necessary to get these ADU permits approved, my parents are willing to go and do that. Go to the next slide. Here's a picture. This is the most recent building that's been built on Del Playa. It's a 7-bedroom house. It has 3 off-street parking spots. If you go to the next slide, you'll see what those look like. Those are the 3 spots for those 7 bedrooms. You can go to the next slide. So that's an example there of that's a 3-bedroom and a 2-bedroom house. that was just approved. There aren't any off-street parking spots other than the garage. It looks like there's those are 5-car garages. So they'll go to the slide. The impacts of approval, and this is where I'm going to wrap up. So what we'd like for the commission to do today is to approve our appeal or grant our appeal, and then also grant our coastal development permits. If you do that, there's not going to be a single ride to Isla Vista or a single beach trip to Isla Vista that's abandoned. There won't be even a car trip to Isla Vista that would be abandoned. There'll be 3 new housing units that will help decrease the housing crisis, and 3 to 6 people will have full-time access to the shoreline. You can go to the prior slide. So with that, I'll go ahead and wrap up and we can take questions.
Well, hello there, Commissioner Park.
And yes, it is complicated.
Isla Vista's changed a little since I lived there 50 years ago.
It's still awesome.
Yeah. Mr. Tuttle raised a practical question, or at least he stimulated one. I don't know if he meant to raise it. And that is why you didn't simply wait for the amendment of the LCP. Because my guess, if you're denied here, or your appeal is, then you'll appeal to the board and you'll get heard within 3 to 4 months. And then if it goes there, you file a writ of mandamus action, it'll go to Judge Anderley, and it'll take, well, depending on what motions you file and all that, it probably takes 6 to 12 months to hear. So you, if you litigate, you'll have a decision, and it's going to be a year from now or more. So why go that route instead of just waiting for the LCP amendment, which is going to give you your ADUs?
So I'll address that. And I say Commissioner Park through the chair? It appears as though that's okay, great. Commissioner Park through the chair. So when we started this process, it wasn't clear that there was going to be an amendment. Now it is clear that there's going to be an amendment. It wasn't clear that Santa Barbara County was actually going to have those amendments follow the government code. And the government codes, and if you can look it up, it's 6585 2.2A4. It's clear that local law, which is the LCP, is null and void to the extent that it conflicts. So it was the impetus. And why did the state legislature do that? The state legislature did that so it said, well, there's probably going to be a lot of cities and counties that are going to be reluctant to go and amend these things because they don't want ADUs. They don't like these projects, right? Because the state is taking a heavy hand and forcing them to go and do things. So in order to force the issue, we're going to make state law apply as of January 1st. And then the local, the county and cities, if they want to continue to regulate these and have any say, well, then they'll jump in and they'll amend their legislation. Had they done it the other way, there would be no reason. I mean, why would a county or a city that had reluctance to allow ADUs ever amend? You just wait. It's a 5-year law. You're already 33% of the way through. You're 16 months in, 15 months in. So you're right. And we obviously you missed a step. We have to go to the Coastal Commission as well to be able to exhaust all our remedies, right, before we can actually file that writ of mandamus. And then we'll go through that process. I mean, it's unfortunate, but it's the way the process works.
So it'll take you even longer to litigate it. So that goes back.
Well, maybe. Yeah, maybe. And
My question, why
we're
not
not,
just simply wait for the amendment of the
well, so we're not clear that it'll ever be passed. And it is
Okay,
the state
well,
law right now. The
that's your
state law
answer.
right, yeah, and the state law right now is that you can't require replacement parking.
kind of a related question is you frame this as essentially a legal issue. And do you believe that the director had any discretion to grant the ADU permit, notwithstanding the director's interpretation of the law?
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, let me rephrase it. This is a de novo hearing, and in de novo hearings, we get to decide anew. And if it's simply a question of law, then we argue it that way. But it might be that somebody might say, well, we don't agree with you, Mr. Williams. We agree with the way the director determined the law, but nevertheless, we have discretion to grant it anyway, because we're encouraged to look at these parking issues and so on and so forth, but we can grant it anyway. And that's where I'm going with that question. Do you think that discretion exists? Is that your position?
I don't think that discretion is necessary, because I think it's clear that as a matter of law, replacement parking can't be required, and it can't be the reason for denial.
Oh, I get the legal arguments very well.
Yeah, right. And I don't believe, as far as, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm trying to give you an out here, and you're not answering my question. Okay. Even if there is a disagreement on the law, do we at least maintain the discretion to override the denial anyway and say, no, under our de novo jurisdiction, we would approve this because we think that certain other things trump the parking issue, which allows us to avoid deciding whether there's an error of law or not?
Sure. I think I understand your challenge to me, and I mean, you have discretion to be able to approve a project that allows for a public interest, the public interest here being the additional housing, and that housing is in conformity, especially with your new CZO. So it is in conformity with the county's standards.
Okay, well, thank you. I have no further questions right now.
Okay, Commissioner Bradley.
Thank you, Chairman Perini. I was wondering if County Council could weigh in on this, because it appears that Mr. Williams has made quite a few arguments of a legal nature, and I'd sure like to hear from County Council on her interpretation. I am assuming that, the denial of the ADU request was completely founded in county code, and whether it's because we're in process getting the ADU code amendments through the Coastal Commission or what exactly. I'd like to hear it also from County Council.
Chair Bradley through the chair. So as discussed in the staff report, the state law does not specifically preempt sort of this coastal zone area, because we have a local LCP certified by the Coastal Commission. So what the county is operating under right now is the Article 2 requirements currently in place, and those govern this project. We do have some amendments in process, but they've not been approved by the board, and they've not been certified by the Coastal Commission, so they have no effect at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Well, let's see. Do we have any public comment?
Mr. Chair, we have no one here for public comment.
Okay, thank you. Well, we'll close the public comment period then. At least got something easy today. Okay, let's go on to deliberations, shall we? Discussion. Commissioner Park.
So I probably should have asked this when Ms. Richardson was there on camera, because now is the time to ask questions of staff. This is sort of a question of staff, but she was already there. So let me return you to the mic, Ms. Richardson, and ask you a question. Are you still there?
She's here.
Good. All right. You heard the questions I asked of Mr. Williams, correct?
I did, about the junior ADUs.
Yeah, no, that was of Mr. Tuttle, but of Mr. Williams, I asked a question that I want you to answer, and I'm going to try to restate it. Okay, one can look at this as strictly a legal issue, as though we were sitting here as a court of law. Okay, that's one way to look at it. What I'm asking is, did the director have discretion, notwithstanding her interpretation of the law, to grant the permit anyway? If the director had that discretion, because this is a de novo hearing, we would have that discretion. So I guess that's a more direct question to you. Is this strictly a legal issue, or is this one where we could say, notwithstanding the current application of the current LCP, we have the discretion to determine that this is an allowable project? That's more in the finder of fact province.
Commissioner Park, through the chair. So your decision ultimately would need to have substantial evidence that the applicable ordinance development standards are satisfied. That's ultimately what would be challenged if this went to court. I don't know if that doesn't quite answer your question. I mean, the commission has discretion to decide what action to take on the project, but if a court reviewed that action, it would be whether the decision met the current ordinance standards.
Whatever decision we make today is far more likely to be challenged by the applicant in court than by some other party who would question whether we had sufficient evidence to make some other decision. But
can I address this? Because I
Mr. Williams, just, you need to wait. I see you waiting here,
Sorry.
and I'll acknowledge you when I'm ready.
All right, great.
So in any event, I think I've asked the question twice of Mr. Williams. I've asked it once of Ms. Richardson, and I'm probably got the best answers I'm going to get. And so I think we should continue on to deliberations. What is your pleasure on that, Commissioner Farini or Chairman Farini?
Well, I will go ahead and give Mr. Williams a rebuttal time here, and then we'll move on. Yes, Mr. Williams.
Thank you. Chairman or Commissioner Park, through the chair. Actually, there is a discretion. I just thought of it. So the parking that we can provide is close enough that it would satisfy the requirements. So the spaces, if we were to be allowed to have some compact parking, the space that's in front of the driveway, or that's in the driveways in front of those garages, we can put in 4 spaces. We can allocate all that space to 4 parking spaces. If you require us to do that, we'll do that. And that would allow you to be able to approve it today de novo under the LCP that exists today, if you're trying to find the discretionary way of doing it.
Okay, Mr. Williams, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so it looks like we have no more discussion with the commissioners, and you'd like to enter into deliberations, Commissioner Park?
I would if there's nothing else to do. So why don't we do that?
Okay.
I'm not going to argue that staff's determination was wrong. I'm going to suggest something, though, that when this LCP is amended, which it must be amended, and it will be amended, it will, without a shadow of a doubt, include the new state development standards on ADUs, which will, in this particular case, say that no replacement parking is required. Okay, that's not in doubt. That is a sure thing. This matter, because it involves some real financial consequence to the applicant, it will go up on appeal and it will go to court. It will go to Judge Anderle probably, because Judge Anderle hears these kinds of cases. I've tried several cases in front of him. I even got him to change his mind once. That's a miracle. And he's a great judge and a great friend. The courts don't like to do meaningless things. They tend to like to get to a reasonable practical result. And I can tell you that when you have a state policy behind these new ADU laws, and the writer of many of those laws is Scott Wiener up in the Bay Area, it's very clearly favored increased housing over parking. So there's a good chance that this litigation will succeed. And so I'm wondering, well, maybe the most reasonable thing for us to do is not force everybody into that big loop and process that'll cost the county a lot of money. It'll cost the applicants a lot of money. And that's why I'm asking, do we have discretion to simply say, however you interpret the law, we think we have the discretion to grant the permit. And since no one has told me we don't, then what I favor is, and my motion will be, unless the rest of you convince me otherwise in your comments, to grant the appeal.
Grant the appeal.
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, obviously, right now, today, you only have findings to support denial. So I just wanted to remind the Commission of that fact.
Thank you.
Before you continue with your deliberations.
Very important part. Mr. Wilson.
Chair Freeney and Commissioners, my understanding of reading the information, reading the staff report and our conversation, there's another step that Commissioner Park's leaving out, which is this application is actually appealable to the Coastal Commission, so that there's a step in between Board of Supervisors, if it gets appealed to the board, and going to court, which is exhaust all the administrative remedies. And the Coastal Commission could appeal it to themselves if they wanted to. So that's another step there. And I believe that the discretion on this particular case and the set of facts that we have is very limited or almost non-existent, in that when the director made the determination based on the law, the way it's written now, and application of the local coastal plan in Article 2, is that in order to approve the project, we have to make the finding that there is adequate parking, and we can't make that finding. And if the commission wants to go that direction, then we, as council said, we need substantial evidence that you can make those findings. And those findings, to my understanding, would require parking at this time until the ordinance is amended. So I think, to answer Commissioner Park's question, there is very little or no discretion in regards to the parking.
Commissioner Cooney.
It must be muted.
See there?
I just complimented the chair on doing a great job under difficult circumstances all day long.
While you were silenced.
This is getting no easier, believe me. You know, I have a lot of respect for Commissioner Park. I don't recall if I was on the other side of that decision that he prevailed on before Judge Anderley, but I have the same feelings about Judge Anderley, and I'm not too worried about it ending up in his court because I think circumstances will take place as they do in other ways long before that happens. In any event, we don't have the ability to predict the future as much as we might think we do, and we have to look at the law as it is today, and we ask our staff to recommend based on that. And I think we as commissioners have to follow the law. We can't say we're going to decide against the law because it's going to cost the county money to go through a needless appeal. It is an appropriate appeal for reasons not understood. The applicant would rather get a decision from the Planning Commission rather than await an outcome on the statute passing through the board and the Coastal Commission. So that's his choice. My choice would be to uphold staff's recommendation and findings and move this along.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Commissioner Bradley.
Well, it's been an interesting item. I actually concur with Commissioner Cooney because I think that we have a program in place. I am not inclined to agree with the appellant in any way, shape, or form, and 5 times on Sunday, that there's not a parking problem or that he can solve it on that property by parking 2 cars in a driveway for a house that probably has 10 people, including the ADU. So parking is a problem in Isla Vista. It's always been a problem in Isla Vista. I think staff did a great job of documenting that. And in fact, that's why we have a policy that tries to address that. I really concur with Commissioner Cooney that we don't, I actually appreciate Commissioner Park's idea of just like jumping forward, let's just leapfrog up the game board and, approve this and then send him on his way. But I am going to stick with Commissioner Cooney on this and not support the appeal. And as everyone knows, I'm pretty skittish about ADUs in general. I think we're going to have to accept them like vaccines maybe people don't want, but right now we don't have to because our program hasn't been certified by the Coastal Commission. And if that causes this appellant to spend months and months getting on a Coastal Commission agenda, well then welcome to my waiting room.
Commissioner Blau.
I'm going to agree with Commissioner Bradley and Commissioner Cooney.
Interesting. Okay, well, I understand staff's position and certainly the director's position on this. I thought Mr. Williams made some excellent points, though, and it seemed like we should be able to find a way to cut to the chase, if we will. So, Commissioner Park, we're not going to get the votes, but I would back you up on this if you could help come up with the findings we would need. But it sounds like they're not there according to everyone but you and I. There's Commissioner Park. You're on.
A puzzle for me here is how do we dance around making a legal decision? And this looks like if we can't do this through saying we have some discretion to avoid the legal decision, then that motion would not pass. on the issue of nation, I think Mr. Williams has a very good argument that when you talk about LCP, you are in fact talking about local development standards that have been blessed by the state, and that it is not the state act. And he's probably right there. So again, if we are strictly looking at it on the law, I would probably come down and on his side there. But I don't know if that changes what other commissioners would do. I phrased my first request on the basis of applying some discretion. Does anyone change their mind of the three of you who said you would not support an appeal if you were strictly making it on a legal decision? That's the question.
It looks like maybe that's a rhetorical question, Commissioner Park. I'm not seeing any response on that.
Do you have another item on today's?
Well, I can.
What do you think?
I can make a motion to approve the appeal or grant the appeal, but it will be denied by a 3-2 vote. And so I think it's better that one of those who wants to deny the appeal makes a motion to deny the appeal.
Commissioner Bradley.
I agree. Therefore, I will make a motion to deny the appeal and adopt the findings as called out in the staff report dated April 28th, 2021. I'm not sure that I need to do anything more fussy with it. It's basically supporting staff's recommendation to deny the appeal.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradley. Commissioner Cooney.
I'll second the motion.
Very good. It's been moved and seconded. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Bradley?
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney?
Aye.
Commissioner Park?
No.
Commissioner Blau?
Aye.
And Chair Farini?
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay. We'll be moving on to item 4. Why don't we take a 5-minute break while they set up for us, and we'll be right back. Okay, we're ready to convene. Commissioner Park, are you out there? And then Commissioner Cooney, Commissioner Bridley, your hands are up. And Mr. Chitillo, if your hand is up, we'll have a little chat. And if not, it's up. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Chitillo.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. I just wanted to note the time is late, and this is going to be a long item. It's obviously, we think it's probably unreasonable to put your commission to think that we're going to conclude this item today. We've had some colloquy with the applicant, and it's our belief that it may make most sense to continue this item and schedule it for a future date of your hearing when you can be fresh and we'll be more ready to take on the issues, and time will have passed, and who knows, issues may have developed further.
So moved, if we can find a date.
Yeah, let's see if we can find it. Let's just check with Amy Steinfeld, I believe the applicant's attorney.
Mr. Chair, and as much as I'm excited about this conversation, we do need to.
You want to open the meeting first? You want to open the? Okay, all right. Well, man, I've got a lot of schooling today, and I have some excellent teachers. I appreciate it all. Ms. Graham, would you read this final item of the day into the record, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is the hearing on request of Drum Canyon Neighbors to consider case number 21 APL 13, an appeal of 18 LUP 275.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. We need to ask for planning commissioners site visits and ex parte. I think I've received a few emails from Ms. Steinfeld requesting a site visit, but I have not been able to make it out there yet. Commissioner Bridley? You're muted. Commissioner Bridley, you're muted. And there you are.
Sorry, I had one conversation with some of the members of the Drum Canyon Neighbors, the appellant, and all. I'm sorry, I think I actually also had a conversation with Ms. Steinfeld and her client, Young Jacobson, last week. Thank you.
Commissioner Cooney? And you're muted, sir.
I had a Zoom meeting with Ms. Steinfeld and Mr. Jacobson and two other members of his team, whose names I did not write down. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Park?
Let me see here. I've had a number of ex-party contacts here. So I've had a couple of phone conversations with Gail Ray Macon, and I've had a site visit with her and Billy Hines and Tyler Thomas, and I had a site visit with Amy Steinfeld and Young Jacobson, and I've had some telephone conversations with Amy Steinfeld. And I think that's it.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Park. Okay. So, Mr. Wilson, next normally would be staff presentation.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if the commission wanted to entertain continuance, we could take that up now and get agreements on that and do any public comment on just the continuance, and then conclude with that.
Okay. Very good. So, Mr. Wilson, while you're on the line there, do you have some continuance dates in mind?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, just to wrap up on our eventful day today, we did continue Keysite 21 to May 12th. So May 12th has Keysite 21 on it already. Next week, if you wanted to just continue it a week, we do have 3 items on next week, plus a government code consistency. Absent that, the next date that I would recommend would be June 2nd for continuance.
So given the fullness of the coming month, really June 2nd is probably the best date, or is there?
That's where I'm at, Chair Freeney, is June 2nd, because there's no items on that date, and we could put it on that date. Otherwise, we're going to end up with continuing shuffling items around on the agendas.
Okay, Ms. Steinfeld, I'll need you to chime in here. I need you to understand how crowded our agenda is this month. And we are not hearing you for some reason.
Okay, sorry about that. Amy Steinfeld. Amy Steinfeld, good afternoon on behalf of Sun Valley Ranch. And we were really hoping, we understand you've had an extremely long day today, but if possible, given how packed these schedules are, would it be possible to at least do the staff presentation today? That would be our request, but we also understand if you're feeling that you're done. And while we are available on June 2nd, that is quite far away, given that, we're in the growing season. If possible, and if anything else does get continued or canceled, we would request an earlier date, and we are available on May 5th and May 12th.
Okay, May 5th is very tight. Both of those dates are very tight. You're not going to get a good hearing there. It's going to be the same thing all over again. I would say, and then if you were to have us do the staff presentation now, that's a long time. That's a month to try to recall everything. I think you would have a more successful and better flowing meeting if you had a real shot on June 2nd.
Okay, understood. We are available that.
Okay, all right.
Chairman Faridi, what about May 26th?
Mr. Wilson, question is May 26th.
Yeah, I voted May 26th. Chair Freeney and Commissioner Briley. In regards to, we have Keysite 3 coming back for findings for denial, and that could be a lengthy discussion, as well as we already have 3 other items on that date. We have an appeal of the roadside blooms, an appeal of a homestay, and another cannabis cultivation. So that date's already pretty heavy.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong projection report. That was my mistake. Forget it.
Oh,
yeah.
The good old days. Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I'm just going to say that the fact they were scheduled for today and the fact that the next 2 or 3 meetings are impacted, I have a problem with that. I would just as soon we have them go the next meeting that we have. And if we have to bump somebody else another week or 2, so be it. But they were here scheduled for this hearing today. I get that this should be first up on the next meeting, if you ask me. But if the applicant concurs for a later date, that's great. I just think they should be first on the agenda at our next meeting.
Mr. Wilson, I know that the board allocated funds for an additional meeting each month in anticipation of these cannabis appeals.
That's good.
Do you have something available where we could have a special meeting? And maybe we might put 2 cannabis appeals on there and ease up some of the strain that's coming.
And just to chime in, I would support that.
Me too.
I agree. I think it's our obligation to take care of our applicants, and yeah, that's why we have one blank Wednesday a month.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, give me 1 second. And just quick aside, we didn't get any other extra funding to have extra meetings as much as I'd like to have that. The applicant has the opportunity to pay for those special hearings.
Okay. I haven't collected pay all year, so I know you guys are sitting on a ton of mine.
Well, I had a good lunch today, so I had a good energy bar, so I know that's how much you're making. So there's some options we can look at. I think in past practice we've had it's a little bit of a challenge having the County Planning Commission have 2 hearings in 1 week. Just because of the sheer volume of stuff that you're having to review. One option that we had posed at one time was to add an extra hearing on the same week that we had a Montecito Planning Commission, and that would be May 21st. So May 19th is the Montecito Planning Commission, and May 21st would be the Friday. But we do need to make sure that we have all the support with CSB TV and everybody else to hold that meeting. It's more than just all of us here that we have to coordinate with. So we got to make sure that we have the coverage with CSB TV. So we might have to take a quick break to make sure everyone's available on that date to handle that. So we could do potentially May 21st, which is a Friday.
I think we'll find it to be helpful.
Chair Farini and Secretary Wilson, is it totally crazy to suggest that we come in on an afternoon agenda after the Montecito Planning Commission when you have all the staff in place and the hearing room reserved? Maybe if it's just for one item, if we get the whole afternoon, that's progressive.
Chair Bradley, I'm Chair Bradley, sorry. I'm back in 2020. It hasn't ended. Chair Freeney, Commissioner Bradley, that could be another option where on May 19th, there are 2 items on the Montecito Planning Commission, but it's all dependent on them being able to get through their hearing items on that date and by the afternoon. So if you did 1 p.m. maybe on May 19th and only had this item, it could be a possibility. But I need to work with the chair of the Montecito Planning Commission. But it's an option. But being that we're trying to make a decision today, we could do that. And if it doesn't work out, we'd have to cancel it next week.
Okay, I have everyone's hands up here. So, and I don't know which order, so I'm going to just go down the line here. Commissioner Park?
So maybe I'm just getting too confused at the end of the day, but why are we trying so hard to hear this in May if both parties agreed on hearing it in June and they're the ones that are asking for the continuance? And June 2 isn't really that much later than May 19th. And isn't it a legal non-conforming grow? So whenever we rule on it, isn't really going to make much difference to putting in this year's crop, is it?
It's too late anyway.
Or maybe it is.
Okay. Ms. Steinfeld, I'll get to you. I need to get to Commissioner Cooney first, and then it'll be your turn. Commissioner Cooney?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is something that occurs regularly where we have to continue on the basis of a party's availability. I think we're doing a lot to be able to get it and guarantee that we'll be able to give it a full hearing as early as June 2nd. I think we're going to run into all kinds of complications if we try and double up with the Montecito Commission and even pick a Friday where all the parties and the commission and staff, everybody is present. So I agree with Commissioner Park that we should grab the second while we have it and continue to that. And Ms. Steinfeld, if she objected to that, I'd understand, but at least she's being her usual cooperative self in saying that they're available.
Thank you, Commissioner Cooney. Ms. Steinfeld?
Thank you very much. So yes, we are available June 2nd, but we really would prefer an earlier date if possible. This is not a legal non-conforming grow, so every month we're held up. Everything else is delayed. In addition, we do believe this case will likely go to the board, and so it just further pushes out the final date. But again, we can live with May 19th. The applicant is also willing to pay for a special hearing. So perhaps you could just get back to us. We could tentatively schedule for the 19th, but if that doesn't work out, we will make ourselves available on June 2nd.
Okay, and I think May 19th would be a shared meeting, and it would be in the afternoon after Montecito. And I don't think that's going to work. I think you're going to get crowded again for time. So the 21st was a Friday. Mr. Wilson was going to check to see if they could coordinate with all of the different intricacies of the meeting and needed. And Mr. Wilson, what do you think?
Yeah, and I'm messaging with staff right now, and I wanted to say well-coordinated orchestra, but it's a coordinated orchestra. So on that Friday, the 21st, I think it is, I think we have competition with staff, so we wouldn't have any hearing support staff on that day. So I have to retract the 21st. We have competition with other meetings on that date. So really, and then CSB TV says, I'm looking at my calendar right now. May 14th may be an option, and May 25th. But that's a Tuesday, but there is no board, I think, on that date. So that would be back-to-back hearings, but that's a week prior to June 2nd. So I don't know what you gain by May 25th, but May 14th, they said they're available. And Ms. Graham, if you're there, I don't know what the calendar looks like on May 14th if we were to schedule it, continue for that day.
Mr. Wilson, I do have CBAR for that day, but we can make other arrangements as far as the Zoom account goes, and there will be hearing support staff here.
So now May 14th works?
It looks like, yeah, Chair Freeney, it looks like potential dates is May 14th, which is a Friday, and then June 2nd, based on all the other competing interests that we have for May.
Okay, commissioners, can we make May 14th work?
Yes. I'm available. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, May 14th works, and I really think that given how long it takes us to make a decision on these projects, we should be thinking about starting to schedule the fourth Wednesday. Well, right now we are this first, second, and last Wednesday of the month. I think we need to be looking at first, second, fourth, and last Wednesday of the month if there is a fifth Wednesday. Just because I don't think it's appropriate that we delay these projects. I mean, it's silly. We're not doing the right thing for the constituents, and we're not doing the right thing for the taxpayers, because all these projects, provide income to the county. So let's just not stop doing that.
Right. Okay, well, we'll work on that too. So Commissioner Park, May 14th.
Hey, Chair Freeney, I'm sorry. I'm getting like live feed right now. I apologize. Like I said, it's an orchestrated machine. Sometimes well, sometimes not. So apparently staff is out that day on May 14th. So we don't have staff that day.
Okay. June 2nd, right?
So you don't want the brown car. I have the silver car.
Yeah, right.
Okay, June 2nd. Okay. So can we get a motion to move this meeting, or whatever you call it, to June 2nd? Commissioner Park.
Sure, and I think it's my district, so I'll make the motion. Just a little preliminary question. I mean, I was off organizing, to use Secretary Wilson's term, and I walked back in and Mr. Chichillo was talking on the screen, and I don't even know who he represents or whether all the appellants are represented by him and all the appellants want this continuance. I see Ms. Strange there on my gallery view. And so is this continuance requested by all the appellants? Do they all want it? I mean, is somebody asked?
Commissioner Park?
It's too late now.
Well, Mr. Chair and members of the commission, Mark Chatillo and I, my office, along with Cordy Taylor's office, does represent all of the appellants.
All right.
So thank you for the question. And we are scrambling, trying to figure out the scheduling. Unfortunately, June 2nd is graduation day, and I am going to be indisposed that day. I'm trying to figure out and determine from others if I can have another attorney from either of our office being able to staff the commission hearing on the 2nd. And I'm not hearing back. I think we're prepared to accept the 2nd, and hopefully the pieces will fall into place. But if there are other graduations that are also in the district that are happening on the 2nd, we may all be doing that. And I'm not certain of the exact time of graduation and so forth. So at this point, I think it makes more sense to set it on a clear day. I see from projection, the only other day in June is June 30th, which is quite a ways out. Now, I don't know if there are other days in June for the commission's hearing, potential days that would, I think, be safer for us. There is a June 9th day, so that would ensure our availability. But right now, June 2nd is problematic because of that. So that's all I can offer right now. I'm hoping that Ms. Citron is available on the 2nd, but she's not able to respond. I know she's on a family engagement right now, so I can't necessarily get an immediate answer. Our preference would be the 9th of June, if that's possible. And if we have to, we'll try and make June 2nd work. Thank you.
Commissioner Cooney?
Yes, I think it's Ms. Steinfeld that agreed to the continuation requested by Mr. Chatillo for this hearing, and I don't want to extend her any further than the 2nd, to which she reluctantly agreed. So I think we ought to go with the 2nd. If Mr. Chatillo and no one is available from his office to be present, he could work out another date with Ms. Stanfield.
Gotcha. Okay, Commissioner Bradley.
I agree. I mean, this applicant has probably waited almost all day for this hearing, and here we spent a half hour trying to figure out what to continue them to. So I'd encourage us to go with June 2nd. And
well, Commissioner Cooney made a motion. I'll second it. Oh, you already did. Okay, great. Yeah.
Commissioner Park.
Oh, I was just going to stir the pot a little more and say that Ms. Steinfeld seems to prefer it in May, and maybe Mr. Chatillo would prefer it in May as well, because he could personally be there for his clients. And I know that people dislike the idea of following the Montecito Planning Commission's morning session on the 19th, but we have done that before. We have had one where we started in the afternoon, and maybe we ought to just do that. So maybe one more round of what Mr. Chatillo and Ms. Steinfeld want.
Yeah, thank you. We would, that date in May would be preferable to us. And if it works for Mark, I think that would be the best solution.
Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, if I could, Mark Chatillo, again, I just got a confirmation from Ms. Citron that she is available on the 2nd. So that does give the commission a clear day on the 2nd. We don't have to compete with with other items, and we don't have to call a special hearing. So the appellants would prefer June 2nd. That day will work for us.
Okay, thank you. So do we have a motion yet?
Yeah, it's actually, I think we're at a roll call. We have a motion and Commissioner Blau seconded, so.
Yeah.
Who made the motion?
Yeah, I don't know about the motion yet, but Mr. Chair, before we take roll call, we need public comment on the continuance.
Correct. I just wanted to see who made the motion.
I thought Commissioner Cooney made the motion and I seconded it. If I'm wrong, we could read it.
Yeah, actually, I didn't, I was not meaning to supersede Commissioner Park's motion. It's in his district, so it'd be better if the record shows he made the motion or will make the motion.
Okay, Commissioner Park?
I move to continue this matter to June 2nd.
Thank you so much.
My second still holds up.
Okay, now that we've got that, do we have anyone on public comment who would like to comment on the continuation of this matter?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe we have Nancy Emerson on the line. Nancy, I have you unmuted, so go ahead and unmute yourself on your end. Nancy, I think it's *6 or *9 if you're trying to unmute yourself on the phone. Mr. Chair, I don't think we're having any luck today.
Okay. Was that the only one, Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Okay, with that, would you move forward with roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Bradley?
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney?
Aye.
Commissioner Park?
Aye.
Commissioner Blau?
Aye.
And Chair Farini?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. Well, it's been lots of fun. Great day, guys, and we'll see you next time.
Chairman Farini, you did a great job. And if I was up in Santa Maria, I'd insist on taking you out for a drink.
I would ask for two, but we can start with one.
Thank you. It was very enlightening. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you.